Yo, 3DP, what are you saying?
He's causing mayhem in the chat, no doubt.
Talk to him, bro.
Was that you, Crack Villain?
It is indeed. No, I was just telling you to talk to Elisha here, like you to have a little talk, innit? I gotta go eat something, but
What's the topic, Elijah?
have you ever spoke to him about your the LiDAR thing?
Pick whatever you want to talk about. I'm done with what I was saying.
Yeah, the LiDAR thing would be cool if we can get it done.
I don't know if Elisha have ever heard about it. That's why I was sort of calling you to speak to him quickly. It's pretty cool. Like if you could preface it for him.
I'm somewhat familiar with it, but yeah, go ahead and just reiterate the gist.
No, it's just LiDAR scanning section of a canal to see if we can. Well, I want to establish a horizontal plane over a section of a canal, extend that plane for as far as we can, basically. See if we can measure a vertical drop of the. Because they claim that the water level is the drop of the surface of standing water from the horizontal plane. So we establish the horizontal plane,
right.
Measure the drop of that level, air brackets, line, at the end of, say, 1 mile, which should be 8 inches. Who can't measure 8 inches? And then blitz the lot with a LiDAR scanner.
Isn't the LiDAR equipment super expensive though? They use that to do some nonsense, and they take some giant leaps and conclude things from it. But isn't that stuff by definition expensive?
I've been measuring and handling 8 inches all my life.
Sorry, again. Say that again.
And we all should know what 8 inches is. I personally have been handling and measuring it all my life.
Every time you need to go to the bathroom, eh?
Oh, don't cock it up now.
Well, thereabouts. I mean, if you take the angle to the stars back down to the shadow of the tip, it's 8 inches.
He's using time dilation to get extra mileage out of that one.
No, I think he's suffering with refraction errors with refraction now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know that thing in the car mirrors, things appear closer than they are, or whatever.
Of course, you got to use refraction. I mean, you know.
But jokes aside, if you can allow yourself, I was thinking
magnification.
So I was thinking about the whole canal thing before, and what they say kind of is weird, because there should be a notable, like any length of canal that isn't stupidly short, right? Which most canals aren't because of the purpose that they serve. You should have some kind of change from end to end.
Absolutely, especially when you consider that locks form a basin of water.
Right. So this is an idea that I had, and it wouldn't be easy, but it might be cheaper than the LiDAR stuff, depending on what people.
Going back to the. Go on, sorry.
So get this. If you built a canal system, like long enough, and then on top of that, you built another canal system. So 2 parallels. You could do the comparison, right? And then you could then present that and go, look, what you're saying doesn't make sense because these 2 things are parallel. All the measurements are, you can go and confirm them, and there's no change between the. You see the picture I'm painting? It's another way to demonstrate the flaw in what they're saying, but I just like the mechanical stuff in my mind, at least.
There's many ways of demonstrating the flaw in their models. I say models because there are multiple models and there isn't one singular one. Yeah, there isn't one singular one that gels all the multiple models together.
So you have a model now, DP? You have a model?
Sorry?
You have a model now?
Do I personally?
He's got 2, one on each arm.
What he's saying, he's trying to model it with the LiDAR in that respect.
Well, the model, the LiDAR doesn't create a model. It just models what's already there. It doesn't create a model. So, SE, you're asking me if I've got a model. Well, no. What I want to do is scan reality and create that model from the reality scan.
Okay, so you're gonna scan something and then what?
Do you know how a LiDAR works, SE?
How LiDAR works?
Mm-hmm.
Not particularly.
Right. Well, you should have been at my presentation.
Why would I be at your presentation for?
No, that's
All
entirely...
you do is send inflammatory texts and threats and this and that. Why would I come to you?
Right.
Why would I
Stop
come to
getting
anything you do?
triggered, man.
Yeah, stop being triggered, SE. I haven't threatened
I'm
anybody.
not triggered at all. You asked me why I
I'm
didn't
not
come.
sending anything inflammatory to anybody, SE. Stop being triggered.
Oh no! Look what you just wrote there. What you're being fed, this and that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
somehow,
SE,
because
SE.
you, DP, had an argument
It's
with
what-
one person. Hold on, I'm talking while you're interrupting.
Yeah, SE, and you're talking shit. When you know what you're talking about, come back and see me. Right?
I know
Don't.
exactly what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
dude.
no, SE, you know one side of a very long story.
So you asked me
So
why I didn't come to your
shut-
presentation, and I answered you.
Yep, with a non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur.
Let's see, this is childish. We're having a productive conversation. Just hold your gums, man. For real. I want to know
Listen,
what he's
dude,
planning.
this is a
Thanks,
two-way
Elijah.
street. It's not me
Thanks,
holding
Elijah.
my guns. He answered. He asked me a question, and I answered him. I'm prepared to talk scientifically. No problem.
Well, SE, you said you didn't come to my presentation. If you had have come to my presentation, the questions you're asking would have been answered.
Right.
Was
So
it
if you
reco-
weren't
was
such
it
a
recorded?
dick about it, let me
Was it
answer you.
recorded?
If you weren't such a dick about it, I would come to your presentation.
SE, who's the
That
dick?
sounds like a
right?
you problem, man.
Yeah, hang on, right? Let me address
Oh,
that. SE,
whoever's talking in the
let me-
background, please
let
don't
me
interfere. You
address
have no
SE.
clue what you're
What do you
talking
mean
about.
interfere? Essie, I was talking with him before you came in.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't be an asshole.
Yeah.
Just keep the
I'm
personal
not
shit out of it.
Listen, dude, just because you were talking doesn't mean I can't talk. And just because I'm
SE, stop
just because
being
I'm
a
talking
triggered
with DP
fucking
doesn't mean I'm the
fool.
asshole. You're the asshole, dude.
Stop being a
Sure,
triggered
okay, that's
fool,
fine. That's your
SE.
opinion. Take a breath and let's get back to the discussion.
Yeah,
Well,
SE,
you take a breath. What?
SE, you're not bringing anything to the conversation, though. Come on, what's going on?
Go and have a
DP,
cup of
did you-
coffee, SE.
DP, did you record that presentation? Because I heard of it, but I wasn't available.
It was done live as a live stream on Geos. So if you go back on live stream 2, actually Hammer recorded it. So I'll just jump over to Hammer's YouTube channel and I'll get the link for you.
Cool.
Where are we?
Because yeah, I'd like to get my head around it, but I can kind of understand where you're going.
Well,
I think
can
maybe do you think? Sorry, I'll be
can
quick.
I say something? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
you asked him if he knew about LiDAR. He said no. And then you went into, well, if you would have come to my presentation, that's kind of antagonistic. Like, just explain LiDAR and let's move on. Because then he went to, no, I'm not coming to your, I don't like you enough to come to your presentation. But he did ask you a question. You can explain LiDAR to us.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it again. Instead of going into, if you would have went to my
Yeah,
presentation.
that's a fair point.
Yeah. So
Right,
let's
yeah.
move on to what LiDAR is and what it does. And then we can move on.
Just for the record, I got muted for this exchange. Just to let you know.
And what's the problem there?
Yeah, you weren't bringing anything to the presentation, man, to the conversation. Okay, he said what he said. You said it already. Move on. Let's go to the actual conversation about.
Hey, in solidarity, mute me for like 20 seconds. Go on. Let's all be a family here.
Right, so do you want me to go from the top, take it from the top with what I went through in my presentation? Yeah?
The abridged version might be nice, but
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, basically I want to establish a horizontal plane over the surface of standing water. They claim that the level line, being the surface of that water, curves at a ratio that corresponds with the curve of their Earth, obviously. Now, you establish that horizontal plane, and then you can measure the drop of the water level line, air brackets, from that horizontal plane at several points along the way. Ruhif has given us drop numbers from the plane in relation to the curve of the Earth, the standing surface of the surface of the standing water. So this is measurable. I mean, 100 meters is 0.7 of a millimeter. You're not going to measure that. And you know, he's given us 100-meter intervals up to 500 meters, I think it was. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure of the end distance, but it was something like 500 meters. And obviously it gets to a point where it's like 20, 30, 40 millimeters, and this is measurable. Now, what I want to do is establish a horizontal plane over the surface of standing water using triangles. So you form a triangle using surveying tools. That triangle is obviously in a plane, and then you just extend that plane by adding an extra point to either side of that triangle. So you use 2 points in that plane, add an extra point in that plane, and extend the triangle. So using this method, you extend the plane. So you can extend that plane up to 300-400 meters. Once you establish that plane, and you can measure the drop of the water from that plane, you just scan it with LiDAR, and you can, because the LiDAR works in the horizontal plane, and it will give you an elevation deviation in the point cloud that it produces. What the LiDAR does is it sends out 200,000, well, the one that I'm looking at is actually 480,000 laser points, and each point gets a signal return from whatever it hits. Now, this all works in the horizontal, in the plane, and you build a point cloud from the returns. And this point cloud, you can do anything with it. You can do walkthroughs. You put it on a website. You give people access to the website. They can do walkthroughs. They can look at it from any angle you want. You can look at it however you want to inside the point cloud.
This is the same stuff they've done to map out cave systems and the old stuff underground in Rome and stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm curious, how much is the system you're looking at?
Well, it varies. They vary in price. You can spend as much as like $25,000 on a LiDAR system, but the one I'm looking at is I think it was $1,800. And it's 450 meter range, and a 60 meter wide sweep. Well, you can have a 60 meter wide sweep or a 360 degree rotation.
And where do you plan on? What canal system? I'm presuming in the UK. Where do you plan on doing that?
Well, the longest one that's been found so far between locks is up where Bev is. You know, so why not do the whole lot?
Where's that? I don't know who Bev is.
Leads to Liverpool Canal.
Okay, sweet.
And there's one stretch of that canal that is, I think it was 27 miles between locks. And obviously it's not just one straight line. And every time you go round a corner, that is putting that LiDAR at a different orientation in the plane that you're creating. So every time you go around a corner, you're just reaffirming that it is in a plane.
Right. Yeah.
And
No, that's very. I think that's a very sensible approach, because, funnily enough, that was one of the first, like, at least from a historical perspective, one of the first debunks that they did. The guy went and did the what did he use? Him and a friend over like 6 miles or something, and used the flag.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he could still see it indicates that obviously there's no curve. So this is great in terms of
taking it back to the origins.
Yeah. Scrutiny. People can go and confirm this. They can go and do that. They can recreate it. So it's not going to be left ambiguous.
You know,
I like that.
Once I've got the LiDAR system and done the one canal thing. It won't be the last. This will be the start of a very long project for me. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm learning all the back end stuff, all the software side of it, and as soon as I can, I want to get myself a lidar scanner. This one that's like $1,800 does the job. You know, it is a
So-
very. It's not very good to look at. It looks like an old, you know, the old portable TV sets that were just literally a screen in a plastic frame. It looks like one of those. But it does
It's
the
alright.
job.
If it works, it works.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure that you're aware of the kind of rebuttals you're going to get straight off the bat. They're
Go on,
going to
then.
come up with some next bullshit, right? You know that, yeah?
Go on then.
Well, no, I've heard them before, so I know the kind of shit they're going to come up with.
Well, the point of fact is that the LiDAR scanner works in a Euclidean reference system. It works off of a horizontal baseline and verticals at perpendicular. There's no way around it.
What? Okay, instead of just assuming what some other lazy people are going to say, what did Ruhiv, you said he's going to present you something for you to go and,
You said
Test
it
it.
won't work.
well, yeah, but that's the whole point, right? You're going to go and prove it wrong. But what was his presentation exactly?
Yeah, he hasn't presented anything.
Oh, I thought you said he was going to give you some.
Well, what he says and what he does are two completely different things.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, I've asked Ruhid multiple times to give me stuff that I can reference. You know, and the whole point of me doing a presentation in this server was that I knew that I'd get kickback from the ballers, and you know, certain people within our side of it probably won't like what I'm suggesting. But the first step for me is establishing this horizontal plane over the surface of water. Now, I know that surveyors establish and extend horizontal planes day in, day out. It's what they do for a living. Now, Ruhif, in that presentation, came in and said it can't be done. I've spoken to Ruhif several times since that presentation, and for different made-up reasons, he's telling me it can't be done, that horizontal plane can be established, but it can't be projected. Now, why not?
That's
If
absurd.
surveyors do it day in, day out, and that is how they earn their living by doing that, then why can't somebody else do it? Or do I need to get a group of surveyors to establish that plane for me? Is that what makes it a plane? Because a surveyor's doing it. But if I do it,
it seems like it's just nonsense argument from the get-go.
Mhm.
But you know what I was thinking? Once you got this done, the next thing I would want to do if I were you, and I could, is I would want to go and recreate the same thing over a frozen lake.
Yeah, that'd be an idea.
So
Somebody's got
water
an
level is no longer sufficient to
somebody's got
establish
an
the.
somebody's got an echo. Who's got an open mic?
That's me. I'll change 1 second. Correct.
All right, cool.
So DP, are you saying you're saying now a water level is not sufficient enough to establish the horizontal plane?
A water level. What's a canal?
Exactly. So what are you trying to prove here?
What do you mean? What am I trying to prove? I'm trying to prove that the surface of standing water is a horizontal, or is planar in nature. That it
Well, we know that
appears.
already.
Okay.
So what's your objective then?
I know that. You know
Yeah,
that.
it's not for our benefit. It's for
Yeah.
the rest of the world.
And I'm doing it because it sounds like fun. And to me, getting into the LiDAR stuff and the back end of it and all that, generating point clouds and being able to faff around with point clouds in a computer. I mean, I could get a different career out of this. I could survey the inside of an office, say, and generate a point cloud, render it in Blender, and redesign it without
Oh shit! You know,
Uh,
sorry, that was
go
an
on, no,
absurd
carry on.
reaction. But no, I just thought of a good idea. But I'll DM it you. One sec.
So I have a suggestion. If you're going to do this, what I would suggest is that you get with one of the globe earthers and kind of work out the details, basically, so that you'll answer the questions before you do it. In other words, what?
Extremis, were you here when I said about my presentation and that I did it in here and I opened it up to everybody to come and talk and see how we could establish this plane so that there would be none of this, you can't do this, you have to do that. Let's get together and figure out a way to establish this plane so everybody is happy, because we know it can be done. It's done day in, day out by surveyors.
Okay,
I
But
was just gonna say
it's-
that, DP. I don't want to poo-poo on your thing, but Rakia does this every day, every morning. He establishes horizontal planes.
You know that, I know that, Rakia knows that. Everybody on, I'm going to use our side, knows that. It's only the ballers don't appreciate that. There's always some kind of problem. Is it refraction? Is it this? Is it that? Is it Snell's law? Is it whatever? But we know it can be done.
Okay. I mean, just so long as everybody agrees.
Hang on, you're talking over each other. One at a time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, after you establish a few of these things using your LiDAR, right? Is it your objective to put them all together and make like a model of the Earth? Is that your objective?
Absolutely. That's what we're doing over on that flat Earth. I mean, when you came over, that one time that you came over to talk to us, SE, we went through that model and you said that's a fucking good idea. And we've not seen hide nor hair of you since then.
Yeah, well, you know why. You know why. I don't want to say it again, right? Like, I have nothing personal against you, bro, but you just turned into a dick.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
That's your
All right,
opinion.
so let's just
SE.
keep it on the conversation, guys,
Yeah,
before we start getting
absolutely.
into personal
That's
shit.
called, that's called
Yeah.
lost in translation. He's an Englishman. You have to understand the difference.
Yeah, if he calls you a cunt, it's a compliment.
Only if you're Australian.
Sorry. I forget
So,
what the difference is.
DP, you're going to give us a flat Earth model then?
See,
After
that's
all
what
this is said and done.
I
what
think-
we're working on. We are
I think
working
the
on.
phrasing has to be the other way around. It's a modeling of the flat.
Yeah, yeah.
Modeling of
absolutely.
the flat Earth. Okay, all right. Cool.
Yes.
And what is wrong with that, SE? What is wrong with generating a model, a 3D model, from reality?
I think
Well, all
it's
this
perfect
time
because
we've
Hang on,
been
hang
saying models, there's no such thing as models. Models don't mean anything. We're making fun of the ballers for having models. Now you're going to make a flat Earth model. That's just rich. That's
But
rich.
it's different,
It's-
right? They're
it's-
modeling. They're modeling
Yeah.
something that they've conceived. What we're doing is we're modeling out that which is already there. That's why I
Ab-
phrased it differently. It's a modeling of the already flat Earth or level plane.
So it is a model that adheres to reality. As Elijah said, we are modeling reality. It is
know what,
not
maybe
a
it's- maybe-
projective model.
Yeah, the phrasing is specific, and people need to kind of not get caught up on the words. But you could just say we're mapping out the Earth with the
Well,
sophisticated technology. Yeah, but you know what I was thinking, right? Obviously, this isn't necessarily the easiest thing, but considering what we were talking about last night for whoever was there with the map discussion and Columbus, etc., if people were to actively do this together and build up a grid network across the whole of maybe a country or the Earth or whatever, right? You could have a far better understanding, and you could fill in a lot of these gaps and have a better idea of continent sizes and all this. So I think in terms of a longevity type approach, this could be very useful because it all works under the same thing. All of this stuff is so the new even like you're getting the relatively inexpensive one, but those will still work with the far more expensive ones, and you could build up,
Absolutely.
people could build up a very comprehensive understanding of their known locations. and fix a lot of these weird, I don't know, assumptions that have been built into what Earth is and how, you know, the distances between certain
You know,
points.
at the end of the day, Elijah, what we are, our plan over on that flat Earth, right, is we want to model reality, right? To say that we don't have a model, right? Everybody has something in their head that they regard is how they regard where they think they live. Everybody has in their head how they think one continent relates to another, how one country relates to another, how the village down the road relates to the village that you live in, and how the coastline relates to where you live, whether that's an elevation profile, whether that's a distance measurement. It's a model. It's a model in your head. And everybody has that, no matter who you are. Even if you say, I don't have a model, you have that model in your head. You have to have. You can't get around without it. You can't walk to the shops without it.
That's a good point. I was thinking about that today. Like, you go based on, you have that, like, those different anchor points, the waypoints in your mind for, okay,
Absolutely.
well, once I pass this house with this whatever, then I turn left, etc. This is good. The only problem potentially is same with the Google Earth stuff, man. This is probably something they're already doing, and it's gonna be like super invasive. But regardless, it's very useful. And I was thinking, after you do this baseline stuff, just to like have another arrow in your quiver in terms of dismissing their conjecture, you could, in terms of effective approach, go straight to the coastlines, because that wouldn't be that much effort, and you would only ever run across issues in terms of private ports and stuff like that.
I mean, like I said, the Leeds to Liverpool Canal has become a kind of epicenter for this at the moment, within this arena, within Discord, and you know, so to do the Leeds to Liverpool Canal, and then maybe the Bedford Levels, you know, where Rumpus wants to go, and he's pretending to do his test experiment, whatever he's doing, you know. So hit the two places that are kind of prevalent at the moment, and then go to other canal systems, go to the coastline, and start at the datum point down in Newlyn in Cornwall, which is the datum point where every map reference is taken from. Start there, walk east or west, along the beach, along the coastline, and see where you go.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the thing is, the data is just collected. So even if you have missing parts, you can patch that together as you go, kind of thing. So every time you collect one segment, it just builds it more and more.
Yeah, I've just remembered a point that Ruhif came up with, a bone of contention that Ruhif had, that the 27 miles would be stitched together, that there would be stitch points within that one scan. Well, no, Ruhif, it's one scan. It is one continuous scan. There are no stitch points. So long as you keep the laptop running and the LiDAR running, there is no reason to have stitch points, because it's one continuous scan. And thanks, it was you that brought that back to me by saying, you know, there'd be gaps in it and stitching it together.
So you did a 180 then. You did a 180 from saying that there's no model. You've been saying that for years now. No model, no such thing as a model. Now you're saying everybody has a model. That's a pretty quick turnaround there, DP.
Yeah, well,
I think.
hang on. Let me address.
Why don't you let him answer him for himself, dude? Who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
Who the hell are you?
SE.
I'm SE. Who the hell are you?
Are you going to let me answer the question, SE, or what?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I've realised that other people speaking for me isn't necessarily what I was thinking.
Also, for 3 years, you let Bev speak for you. This is what you're saying.
In the end, Bev speaks for everybody, SE, because
He
nobody
doesn't
else,
speak for me, my son.
nobody else can
doesn't
get nobody else can get a fucking word in edgeways. Just like me with you right now, as it seems.
Sorry, go ahead.
said
Sorry,
it.
go ahead.
I've said it, SE. And
Yes,
I
well,
don't,
I'll say what I'm going to say
I
now.
don't, I
Bev
don't
does
want
not
to.
speak for you.
Well, that's your claim, SE. Whatever
Yo,
you
can
do.
I just? This is separate to the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely
I
is,
wanna
Elijah.
check. No. I'm gonna say something to interrupt. Skylane, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you were breathing heavily into the mic. It wasn't very helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was
Okay.
muted. I'm
Alright,
sitting here
carry
working.
on. Carry on.
While that happened, is there a time frame or a timetable for whatever thing you're going to do, DP?
No, I'd like to get the methodology. I'd like to get sorted out during the winter, so over the next couple of months in the run up to Christmas and the New Year. I'd like to get the methodology sorted out, and then, you know, hopefully, I want to get the LiDAR scanner. Like I say, it's the better part of $2,000. That's a tall order. You know, not everybody I've just spent as much as that on a new computer, so at the moment I can't be funding that right this minute, but you know, over the next couple of months I'd like to get the hardware sorted out. I'd like to learn the hardware. Like I say, I'm getting behind the software. I'm understanding the software and the way the software works and the way to import these point clouds, because they are massive files. They are absolutely enormous files, and to import them takes a long time, and to manipulate them, to deal with them inside the computer is a job in itself. So I'm learning the back end stuff side of it, but the hardware, actually learning the physical hardware, that's going to have to wait, because myself, I can't finance it myself at the moment. So, you know, but it's something I want to do. And if it's something you want to do, you put your mind into it and you figure out ways of getting it done. And that's where I am at the moment.
What I'd
You can
suggest
always
to
do a
you-
GoFundMe.
Yeah, that's an option. But what I'd
No.
suggest, DP, is that you document, you know, in whatever way you can until you start like the major process, but document the whole procedure, because people for no other reason than it's information about, you know, their country or famous landmarks or whatever. People will have interest in it regardless of your specific motivation. So
Yeah. I mean,
you'll benefit from that. That's how people operate these days, in terms of maybe mitigating cost in the future. So I would definitely document every procedure that you can in terms of the project.
Yeah, well, you know, I started off by doing a presentation in here, and that was just a, I wouldn't say knee-jerk presentation, but it was kind of off the cuff. I'd had this idea, and I'd started putting things together, and I was working out how to best explain the principles of hydrostatic equilibrium and the surface of standing water adhering to the principles of a plane. You know, I'm not saying that the surface of the standing water is a plane, because that would be ridiculous. A plane is 2D, and we all know that the surface of standing water is not 2D. So it's planar in nature. The nature of the water takes on a planar representation, if you like. The way I found to kind of to show other people of what I was thinking, my train of thought, was to take it to Angkor Wat, which is a big square of a moat, and this moat is a mile on each side, virtually. One's 0.96 of a mile, and the other one side is 0.8 of a mile. So it's both sides are just short of a mile, and it's not actually a square; it's a rectangle. So you measure one leg of this rectangle, and you work out that that's in a plane. and then you measure another leg, an intersecting leg of this rectangle, and you work out that that's in a plane. Now the point of intersection, like the corner where these two planes cross, that demonstrates that it is a shared planar segment. And if it's a shared planar segment, it's in the same plane. And you repeat this at each corner, and you demonstrate that that square or rectangle of water, the moat, it's about, I think it was, 200 meters wide, I think it is. So it is a strip of water that forms a rectangle. And now if you work out that that whole strip is in the same plane, then that whole square mile, if you filled it with water, is planar. That the surface of that water is planar in nature, and therefore adheres to the principles of a plane, of a Euclidean plane. There is no bend to it, there is no curve.
Yeah, that's obvious. Why would you want to LiDAR that? That's an obvious water level square. We've been through that so many times. I don't understand this, man.
What is your objection to him wanting to do this? It doesn't
Because
matter that
it's obvious and he knows it. It's
So
obvious,
what?
the water. We've been talking.
So?
I don't know who you are, first of all, but me and
Doesn't
DP
matter.
go back a long
So
way.
what?
Okay?
So what
So
that it's
why
obvious?
are you interjecting? Who is this? First of all, who are you, dude? I want to know.
Doesn't
I don't
matter
know.
who I am. If you can't
Yeah, but
read
you're
my name,
antagonizing. Why don't you let DP and SE say what they're going to say? I mean,
Who is you?
Why are you-
Who is
But
this
what
guy?
kind of a
I
what
don't
kind of
know.
an objection is it's obvious?
it doesn't matter. Why are you
Well,
antagonizing?
I'm not
What is your
antagonizing. I'm
name?
pointing
Yes,
out
you
that
are,
it's a
in
useless
my point of view.
objection.
Here you are.
For your opinion.
I would like to
Yes.
hear DP's answer to SE's question.
Somebody please tell me who this guy's name is.
Hold on,
That's
hold
the
on,
audience.
hold on.
I'd like to hear.
So Ricky,
I don't
you
know.
want an objection to it's obvious? But you want a response for that?
No. If you don't mind me, saying what I want. SE asked DP. You know it's obvious, right? Because we've been dealing with water level. Why do you want to do it? I would like to hear DP's answer to that because
He's
I'm
already
interested in
answered
LiDAR.
that.
But
He spent the
Why are
last
you
10
interjecting
minutes
now,
talking
dude?
about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because you can. I mean, everybody can speak in this thing. Nobody can.
Yeah. I don't.
So this
I
is
don't know why this guy is
Elbow
antagonizing me now.
Right, hang on, can I address the
Is he not-
question that was aimed at me? Possibly? Bessie, do you want to ask
Yeah, that
that
would be a great idea, DP. If Elbow would shut his mouth.
Why don't you shut your mouth, bro?
Because I was the one
It wasn't
talking.
Elbow.
That's
It
why.
wasn't Elbow. It
Well,
wasn't
who
Elbow.
was it then? I asked 100 times. Who is this guy antagonizing me?
It's the
Aw,
I don't
voice
know.
guy.
Dude, you're the one that coming in hot, bro. What the fuck is the problem?
Yeah.
He asked a simple
What's coming
question
in?
to DP
Yes,
that
you are.
DP wants to answer. Why are y'all
Man, this
interjecting?
female energy is weird, man.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Let DP answer. That's weird that you don't want DP to answer. Even DP is saying, "Can I answer?"
And it's weird. He doesn't want to tell me who he is. That's even the most weird part of it all.
Look at the damn fucking phone, man. What the hell? Look at who's talking. It's all, bro. What the hell?
I can't look right now. Maybe he can't either. It's odd that you think we're all sitting at a computer.
It's not, but I could fucking be on my phone and look at my phone for once.
I'm driving. SE might be doing something. What is your problem? Can DP answer, please?
Yeah, go ahead, DP.
Elijah, bro.
Do you want to restate the question, Essie?
Yeah.
Just for clarification.
Thank you, DP.
This
I'm
female
wondering.
energy is weird.
Is that the same guy talking again?
No. Just ignore it, Essie. Don't rise to it. Just keep your cool.
I am keeping my cool. That just, So, DP,
Don't rise to it.
after all these years, right, we're talking about levels and all this, you know that Angkor Wat, and I've even complimented you on that when you first brought it out. I said, that's freaking genius, man. Right? Like the triangle, right? Now, you know it's level, so why do you want to measure it with LiDAR? I don't get it, bro. Please explain that to me.
Why do I want to measure it? Right? What
Yeah.
looks level isn't necessarily and isn't always level. What looks to be a horizontal plane, or planar in nature, may not be planar in nature. And to look at it over a mile, you're never going to see. The only way you can tell whether there is a drop from the horizontal plane of the surface of the standing water is to measure it.
So you're saying the Angkor Wat, excuse me, Ricky, just 2 seconds, please, bro. So you're saying the Angkor Wat square, in your mind, somehow one of those sides may not be parallel, may not be level or horizontal, call it whichever way you want. Is that what you're saying, DP? That's what you want to measure?
When did I say that, SE? When did I say those?
I
When?
asked.
Yeah, well, you're saying, so you're saying.
Yeah, well,
And
you
when,
just said you
when,
can't
when
be
did I
sure.
say, when did I say that, SE?
Just before I said that, you said we can't be sure, DP.
I said what looks to be.
Yeah. And that's why I asked you, are you saying the square there of water, the moat, are you saying there's a possibility of that not being parallel and not being horizontal and level?
I took
SE,
it the same way, DP. When you said that, I took it the same way. That's why you're wanting to measure it with LiDAR. I took it the same way I see it.
right. No. Right. Now what you're doing is conflating what I used as an example in my presentation to what I want to do with the LiDAR. Right? I used Angkor Wat as an example of the principles of geometry and the way that planes at intersection will be the same plane. It was only used as an example of the geometry and
He's
how
just
to.
saying, 3DP, I think he's just saying because other people, right, will know that something may look planar in nature, but it's not provably planar in nature, right? Like, there's always that bit of doubt in their head. He ain't saying that that is the case. He's saying that's what the doubt could be in someone's head. That's why he wants to do this, to verify it. He knows it is, so he wants to verify it even further.
Okay. Can I ask my question?
I've been to Angkor Wat. I've seen that moat with my own eyes. And I know that that water is essentially 4 planes that intersect. Each plane intersects with another plane, each leg of that moat intersects with another plane in 2 places. And all those planes are coplanar. There's 4 separate planes that are coplanar. That means the whole fucking lot's a plane.
And what you're saying is LiDAR could go to those 4 planes at that node and measure it to be planar, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question on that. How much research on LiDAR have you done to assure yourself that's the case? Like, because I was interested in LiDAR, whatchamacallit brought it up to me years ago. And we were going to do Lake Pontchartrain, but it was really expensive. I'd already proven it to myself. I really didn't want to, I'm lazy, all the reasons, right? Money, So what research have you done on LiDAR that proves that? Like, I've heard what you've said about LiDAR, but I haven't researched it enough to know,
Right.
Go into
Well,
that.
not only with the LiDAR and the Euclidean nature that LiDAR works in. LiDAR works in a plane, yeah, or a multitude of planes, whether it's horizontal or vertical. LiDAR will detect a change in elevation in the vertical, whether that's up or down, and it will be mapped on the point cloud as a change in elevation. Now, LiDAR works in the horizontal, in that Euclidean format, if you like. Now, you cannot change that. As you know, I deal with graphics and animation as well, Rick here. Now, there is a word for the way that the graphics of animation is wrapped around a sphere, for want of a better example. Okay. Now, this is very data heavy. It's in its early days, and it's nothing to do with LiDAR. LiDAR does not utilize this technology in the point cloud it generates. And you can see that in the source code. If you get into the source code of the LiDAR scanner you are using, you can see in the source code that it's, I can't remember, it's gyroscopic. Hang on, I DM'd it to Ruhif a couple of days ago. So if I look back in my DMs, I might be able to. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's something like gyroscopic data mapping, right? And this is what they use in animation, because animation works in the Euclidean plane, in Euclidean 3 space. If you use Blender, it's all XYZ coordinates. It's all Euclidean. Now, to try and come back and say that, yeah, they take that point cloud and then they map it to this gyro, I can't remember what it's called, gyro, I'll come back to that. But to say that they map it to this is absolutely ridiculous, because it's in its infancy at the moment. And to say that a technology that is being used in self-driving cars, self-driving trucks, automated robots within a factory environment where safety has to be paramount, and the robots need to know distances from people, from each other, from the structure of the buildings, then, you know, if this mapping to a sphere is in its infancy now, and they're using this technology already, then it tells you they're not using the spherical mapping in LiDAR at any scale.
Is it self-contained?
How do you mean, is it self-contained?
Is it like my radar is self-contained? It sends out a frequency and receives it back, you know, and computes it all in one unit. It's not like...
Yeah, there's no connection to a network needed. You know, it's all freestanding. It's all, you know.
Well, if it's that and it works in a 3D, yeah, that would be amazing. That would, you know, from what I'm hearing now, that would be, if it's 3D Euclidean and it's self-contained, that's you know, that's a pretty good leap, right?
Yeah, you don't need to connect it to a network to get any additional information or data into the unit. All you're doing is literally scanning. And then you download that scan and you generate a point cloud, because when you get it back, it is literally just a string of numbers. It's all code. And then you need to load that into a program, and then that program renders the point cloud.
So it'd be like a bunch of dots or a bunch of ones, those twos, or whatever you use for the code, then it has to be decoded as
Just
what
data.
Yeah.
It's data of what exactly you're scanning, like whether it's water or rock on the ground or whatever. It's just taking those data.
I mean, I was quite disappointed the first time I downloaded I fully expected it to be a point cloud, but it's not. It's just code. It's just files and files and files and files of code.
No,
and
the only thing that's a point is like the little dots. Like you put them as they are in the point on the screen. Like
yeah, that's how it's rendered. It's the data is gathered as files of code, and then you have to render that in the when you this LiDAR system that I'm looking at that is cheap, but like I say, it works over 400 meters, gives you 400 meters ahead and behind you, and 60 meters wide.
How is the code rendering? Like, what is that? Is that a whole different app itself, or do you determine like?
The one that I'm looking at has got its own software, so it generates the code, and then you render that within a tool specific software set, if you like. So with the LiDAR, you get the ability to generate the data, and then once you've generated the data using the same manufacturer's software, so it's all contained within the same manufacturer, the software speaks to each other, the software speaks to the hardware, there's no clashes anywhere along the line, and then you can render from that code stream, you can render the point cloud. And then from the point cloud, I could load that into Blender, and I could render it. I could print 3D models of it.
What is the
game-
vertical accuracy? What is
Yeah,
the
that's
vertical?
what I was gonna ask. What's the
game-
baseline?
How do you mean, what's the baseline?
Well,
The
what's the
vertical-
starting point?
Well,
The vertical accuracy. What is it?
you set the baseline every time you use the machine. You set a baseline for it. It's like surveying, Rakia. You set your datum. So you put the machine on the ground, if you like, and then you set your datum, your baseline, and then off you go.
And what is the accuracy? Can it tell between 10 centimeters and 9 centimeters? That would be a 1 centimeter accuracy, for example. What's the
Yeah, these-
accuracy? The vertical accuracy.
These things
It-
are really accurate. But
it
what's the one you're looking for?
It depends on the range. Now, like I said, it's got a 400 meter scan range. So as you're moving, so you've scanned something at 400 meters, it registers it on the first scan, and then as you move closer, it registers it again and again and again and again and again and again until you're right on top of it. And then that accuracy is where it is in that 3D space. And then
So
as
you
you
can
pass,
legit. Go ahead.
as you pass it, if you've got a 360-degree sweep set on your LiDAR machine, it registers it as you go past it as well.
So you could go in a circle, ever expanding, and get more and more accurate, right? Because obviously, if it goes out to 400 meters, it's probably not as accurate as it is at 10 meters. So,
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
you go out
So
in a spiral, it's gonna get more accurate in that area as
Yeah.
you go further.
by the way, this is the same kind of technology that the driverless cars are using to
It-
do
it-
environment
it-
testing and
This
collision avoidance,
Yeah,
etc.
this one that I'm looking at is actually used in driverless cars and trucks and automated vehicles, and it's more. I think it's more accurate than the ones that are just used for surveying. And then once you've got the point cloud, you can overlay photographs. So if you've got 4K or 5K now, isn't it? Photographs or video, you can combine that 5K video photographs with the point cloud and accurately. It's like a
Google are doing the same thing already, aren't they? Because
Hmm.
they have their cameras that they've already taken all these shots with. So all they have to do is do the same sweep again with these lidars, and then they can take the imagery and correct any errors that the camera might have had because of the Doppler effect and all the different stuff.
I mean,
So
these
they can
LiDAR
get
things.
they can get
they-
some decent rendering, and it's actually kind of, I would say it's to the point where I'd want to shoot I want to shoot their stuff because I don't want them knowing that much detail. But yeah, it's useful. Go ahead.
I was just saying, when you combine it with the photogrammetry, it is a realistic 3D rendering of whatever it is you're looking at. And yeah, SE, it is a model, but it's modeling reality.
She's
My
a fine one.
brain doesn't compute that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's beyond.
Yeah, I know
Rakia.
what you're saying. Your brain
Rakia,
doesn't compute that. Exactly.
Rakia.
You need a software upgrade, Rakia.
Well,
Rakia, you
I've
need a
just.
software upgrade.
Well, can we stop with the silly little ad homs and the little snipes, please?
Those aren't ad homs. You guys got to know what that word means.
Shut up,
just-
Zanuck.
Yeah, Zanuck, just quit with the sniping. It's fucking pointless. Rakia, I've just posted a video in the chat. I'll DM it to you if you like, and it's
Yeah, do that. 'Cause I'm driving.
a lidar scan of a bridge.
Well,
In
I've seen the LiDAR scans. I've researched into it. Cleary and I were going to do the Lake Pontchartrain, but it's still like, you know what I'm saying? I guess because it's fresh and new, it's hard to imagine the accuracy of something like that.
Can we imagine this? We got a hill, a whole bunch of hills, a whole bunch of mountains for miles and miles going in front of you, on the right, on the left. So north, south, east, west, all around us, mountain regions, hills, and everything. Where I'm standing is a 1,000-mile forward, back, north, south, east, west lake down in those. So in the ground is the lake. It's flat as hell, right? Calm, no problem, right? Now, there's topography all over around it that rises up above this lake. How can that exist on a ball? Just demonstrate that on a ball, Zanuck. The water being low, and
He
it
wants to fight
all
Zanuck.
topography is up around it. The hills, the mountains, the level portion, everything. It's all up around it, and the water is the lowest point. The water should be the highest point.
with the lidar stuff now, yeah.
I suppose, but you know, this is Denmark. He wants to fight Zanuck.
Yeah. Well, that's good. We're done with the lidar.
I was just gonna say, DP, there's nothing wrong with the LiDAR, right? You can do that. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm saying I think it's just a waste of time because we know how water flows. We know what hydrostatics are. We've been through all this, man. Especially you, DP. You know this maybe better than I do.
Yeah.
I think it is another tool in the chest, though, right? Like
What's-
it's another nail in the.
What's
in
your
the
point,
coffin.
SE? That there's no point doing it because I already know what the outcome's going to be.
No, the point that you can do that is just you think somehow you're gonna do that and make a model. Like what? You think you're gonna do the entirety of what we stand upon? Is that? I mean,
SE, the principles of hydrostatics and geometry, when you put them together, the principles, if it applies in one place, the hydrostatics has to apply everywhere. We know this.
yes,
We know,
that's my
yeah.
whole point.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I'm learning, SE. I'm learning all about LiDAR and how it works, how to generate a point cloud, how to use that point cloud in a constructive way. And LiDAR is a new technology. If I'm learning that now, imagine what I'll be able to do with it in 4 or 5 years' time.
I have no
LiDAR is a
problem
new
with that.
technology. Wait. LiDAR
You
is
know
a new
that
technology?
there is already shared LiDAR data. Like LiDAR is like a radar kind of deal that works with lasers, right? So there's a lots of surveys that sweeps, I may say, that have been done by chunking one of those on the bottom of an aircraft, and then the aircraft flies out and it shoots the lasers on the ground.
Do you know the first place I ever came across LiDAR?
2 seconds, I only have a brief point and then you've got the floor. What I'm trying to say is that there already exists a very, very large library of LiDAR data already
Correct.
produced. So maybe you can start on those. I'm sure they don't show anything curving.
There's a
for sure.
tremendous amount of
right?
LiDAR
And then,
information.
I mean, but it's your investment. I mean, it's your time and your money and your attention. So do
Yeah.
what you will.
Do you think I haven't looked at what LiDAR is already out there and how it's being used and what it's being used
Can
for?
you tell us a little bit of what
I
you've seen?
think you have. Yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, can you please tell us a little bit about that?
LiDAR, the first place I ever saw LiDAR being practically used was this was what led me to go to Cambodia, really, to go to Angkor Wat, because it got me interested in what was out at Angkor Wat. It was an archaeological expedition in Angkor Wat, and they were investigating the Angkorian civilization and they thought that Angkor Wat was just a temple in the middle of this moat on an island, and they put a LiDAR, a piece of equipment, onto a helicopter, and they did sweeps over Angkor Wat and the surrounding area. And they discovered, because with LiDAR, what is reflected back at different frequencies, depending on what it hits. Now, with the point cloud, you can isolate those different frequencies and take them out of the point cloud. So Angkor Wat was overgrown with jungle, still is overgrown with jungle. And they did this helicopter sweep using LiDAR backwards and forwards across Angkor Wat. And what they did was they isolated all the fauna and flora, all the trees, all the undergrowth, everything. And they took it out of the point cloud. And all they had was the underlying substructure, if you like. And they found that there were divots in the ground all around Angkor Wat. And from that, they deduced that Angkor Wat, the island temple complex, was a thriving village, if you like, with many, many buildings on it. They did the same with the surrounding countryside, and they discovered just how big the Angkorian capital was. And it's enormous, but it's all covered by trees, and hardly any of it has been discovered.
Okay, so they used LiDAR, and you said it changed, it hits the surface and then it changes the frequency as it's returned. That's not correct, is it?
Well, that's okay, that's your
You
interpretation.
said you did a lot of research on it, and that right there is fundamentally wrong.
Right,
So
okay.
LiDAR,
Isn't it
LiDAR
tomography though? So it's like penetrating.
it doesn't penetrate. No. What
So
it
it's not
does, though,
tomography?
it's all encompassing. It can. It's like light. It is light. It goes. If you are in a tree, let's say you're at the bottom of a tree hiding, and you're shining. There's a helicopter with a flashlight shining down on you. The light penetrates all the way through, and you will see some of that light. If you see any of the light, any of it, it will reflect off you and go back to the sensor. So it's just basically a time. I think you call it something time in flight or something, time of flight or time on flight, time-based device where it sends a light source down, the laser, and is reflected back. And by the time it takes to be received, it can then get a topology of what's beneath it. So that they use LiVAR. LiVAR is used for military applications on the helmets of military people and on helicopters and on airplanes, so they can fly in fog because it penetrates. It doesn't penetrate. It obviously goes through the spaces between the fog.
It goes around the fog part.
It hits the fog, reflects back, but then it filters that out. The technology is really about how it filters what's being reflected, because what you see is what it would see also, but it knows that it wants to see something further, so it can actually filter out any time distance of any fog that's, for example, in the first 100 feet in front of you. Everything would be blank. You would not see anything. But everything beyond it
is it not just registering a density or
can
sorry?
I finish?
Go. I'm out.
So what LiVAR does and LiDAR, two related but different technologies. LiVAR will allow you to see through things. It's not penetrating. It's just allowing the time. You're picking the time for you what you want to see reflected. So you can say, I want to see everything out there that is 500 feet in front of me, not 100. So you don't have anything in front of you. You're not like driving in a car like, I can't see anything. You're actually seeing things that are at the distance you need to make reactions with your controls. So it's not penetrating, and it's not a frequency change.
Are different light waves not different time intervals?
No.
No?
No.
So one frequency of light doesn't wave differently to another
I said no.
frequency
Don't
of
ask me.
light.
If you want to learn about it, just go look it up. Light has
Wow, now Xanix's the leading expert on this. How long ago did you research this, Xanix?
About
how many days or minutes?
Just as he pressed enter on Google, Rick here.
I invested in a company that revolutionized. I invested in a company that
I
invested in a company that revolutionized military operations. And this LiVAR technology, I had to sit on a lot of seminars to understand how it works.
So you've sat in many seminars
There's no way
to
you can
learn
sit
how
down and listen
LiDAR
for
works.
more than 10 minutes.
LiVAR, which is related to LiDAR, yes.
So
So
not LiDAR, not what he.
not
you're
even
talking
the
about
same.
It's the
military
same
version.
thing. It's just a different
No, it-
packaging of the same technology.
Right.
You just said it's
Yes,
not
right.
the same. You just said
Pardon
it's
me?
not the same, Zanuck.
Well, the difference is with LiDAR, they try to filter out these for distances. And you're not doing that with LiDAR. LiDAR just wants
So
to
you're
see.
you're making a false equivalence then, Zanuck.
No, I'm not.
You
It's
just
the-
said
it's the
you
same
just
basic
said
fundamental
they're not
technology.
the
You don't
same,
change. You
Zanuck.
don't change the time with the frequency.
Zanuck,
Light
you
doesn't
just
work like
said
that.
they're not the same. I didn't say you
They're not
changed the
exact.
time.
I'm talking about LiDAR and LiDAR. I'm giving you examples of the technology. The technology is laser timing. It's a time of flight of the actual laser, and it will hit something and reflect back. It doesn't matter if it's a green laser, 550 nanometer, or an 800 nanometer laser. It doesn't matter. The time is the
That's
same.
not entirely true, Zanuck.
It is
It
entirely
also
true.
has the component of the intensity. So the LiDAR
Yeah.
receptor will also have a sensor that will measure the intensity of the returned signal. But I guess you already knew that because you sat through so many seminars, right?
Yeah, I put my money where my mouth is on this one for sure.
Yeah, but your
Dude,
whole
you have a hard time understanding.
up.
That someone's
Shut
telling you
up.
they've done research.
Shut up. Your whole
Someone's told
interjection
you
was
they've
to
done
say
research. They don't
your
even know
whole
how it works.
interjection was to say that DP was wrong when what he said wasn't
He is
wrong.
wrong.
And then you went on and just rambled for about 10 minutes
About
because you
how-
wanna
how
sound like
LiDAR
you know what
works.
you're talking about.
About
What?
how LiDAR works. I told you
Yeah,
exactly.
but you
There's nothing
only
I
said that.
there's
You
nothing
only
I
said that
wasn't
to
correct.
cloud. Shut up, Zanuck. You only said that to cloud the fact that you're calling him out for being wrong when what he said is not wrong, because you definitely do receive different frequencies back from different
you don't.
objects of different
You
density.
don't.
No, yes you
don't.
do. Yes you do. He
Absolutely.
just
Go
pointed
show me.
that
Go
out.
ahead. You know what? Go ahead.
He pointed that out to you.
I will concede.
He pointed
You
that out
find
to
it.
you.
Send it back to me. Show me where
He
it says LiDAR.
he already went over it. I understand that. Anyone who
It
knows what they're
doesn't.
talking
No
about
different
understands
frequency
that.
that's returned.
It's not a different. No, if you're gonna
There is no
make a
different
claim like,
frequency returned.
okay, show it then.
If
What
you had
mod
a
is in the
frequency
room
of
right
light-
now? You
Go
all
ahead.
notice how the temperature of the room has changed? How the over talking has
Because people start lying or making things up. Think like
and now
they're
someone's
experts.
calling people liars?
Yeah,
I've
if
been
we
doing
could stay on
research for a
point.
long time on LiDAR.
If we could stay on point, that would be nice.
Yeah, it's like yesterday's discussion with the gyroscope all over again. Like Zanuck comes in and he just starts
I
wambling.
can't help it if I know about
on.
gyroscope.
Well,
Like-
well, here's the thing. Not
Without
not
any-
necessarily
without
in
any-
wait a minute. Not necessarily in defense of Zanuck, but we spent the last 10 minutes criticizing his knowledge and his information he's given. Let's get on it and talk about it. Get past it.
Yeah, if you want to challenge me what I said and think that the frequency is returned different, then you're more than welcome to provide some kind of citation or any information or even your own logic to describe that. But you won't be able to because it's not a true element
Well,
of lasers.
You've
They don't
gone
return
off.
different frequencies.
You've gone off in the weeds here, Zanuck. How I actually wanted to finish up saying what I was saying is that if I scan the canal with the LiDAR, and that would generate a point cloud, which I could load into Blender, and then I could chop that 27 miles up into foot-long sections and 3D print them, which would be using the elevation set or the elevation profiles set with the LiDAR from the original datum reference point.
Shit, you know who would like that stuff?
And you could get a
people
flat
who
map out of
build
that.
their own train
Is that what
sets.
you're saying?
You
Yeah,
can-
absolutely.
you build
Yeah,
maps and
so
shit.
you understand? Hold on.
We think it was.
And can I finish? Can I finish my point, Zanuck?
No, I was
before
responding back to you.
Before you
So I-
bulldoze, I'm not finished.
No, I was
Before
commenting
you
about your. I
bulldoze
said you could get a
straight
flat map
through
out of
it,
Okay.
right? You can chop that canal scan into foot-long pieces, and I can print them off, and then we can find a warehouse somewhere. There's loads of warehouses where I am, and lay it all out on the floor, and that would give you a scaled-down representation, a model, if you like, SE, of reality. I could chop it into 6-inch pieces, or
But my comment
make.
was.
I could halve
So,
the.
DP, tell me what
double
you
the
think you
scale.
find if you make a
Hold
model
on a
of
sec, yes.
Angkor
I
Wat.
have one comment to make. I have nothing else to say to DP.
Okay,
other than
I'm
this.
after. I'm after.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I would agree. If you're have a certain elevation with whatever you're scanning the canal with, and breaking it down into 1 foot, 6 foot, whatever section pieces, and laid all those pictures down on a
They're not
on the
pictures.
ground.
They're not
Yeah,
pictures.
pictures. All
They're
the pictures
not
on the ground.
pictures. They are
Pictures. I said
three.
pictures.
They are
up.
3D models, not fucking pictures.
You said you took pictures and you laid them on the ground of the warehouse. No.
Anybody else? When did I say anything
He
about
said
pictures?
I thought you said. Okay, my mistake. Hey,
He's
I'm
so
trying to
eager to
trying
just
to
run his
animate
mouth,
here.
but he doesn't listen properly.
3D
Yeah,
pictures.
it's
3D pictures.
it's coordinates.
Print
It's
three-
not
Or
pictures.
3D volumetric object.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
not
So you-
it's not
you
a picture.
You
It's
printed
coordinates,
you
Sonic.
printed 3D objects and laid them
Coordinates.
down in the.
It's
God,
numbers.
let me finish so I can
numbers.
understand. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to admit it. But
Right,
so
right,
3D
because he said
objects,
that
3D printed
because-
objects on the floor of
because
a
the
warehouse.
hydrostatic surface is not two-dimensional, he can't represent it accurately. So
He's saying you're going to make a 3D block, I guess, and put the blocks in the warehouse. Is that what you're saying, DP?
Just like Lego. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I understand. It's not, don't need to jump all over me. My God, I didn't.
Well,
hear
you
it right.
jump over everybody else.
No,
Sonic,
No,
he's
but
just
so-
trying to
I wasn't.
explain Lego
I
blocks.
wasn't
No,
making.
he's just trying to. No,
Are
he's
you
just
done
trying
now,
to.
Zanuck? Can I
I
go?
was. Hold on. Let me. Well, I'm not done yet. I didn't even get past the first.
Are you ever gonna be done?
I didn't get across the crosswalk. Hold on a second. Let me finish. Let me get out of the intersection real quick. Okay, hold on. So you got these blocks that are going to be placed in the warehouse that are all 3D based on these imaging that you got from the LiDAR system. You're saying that's going to be a very accurate representation of the canal. And you say it's not going to be curved. It'll be flat. That's what you're saying, right?
Continue.
Okay. Then yes, it will be flat. It will. That 3D picture will be flat, but it'll be distorted as to what reality is. There's a transformation that you're gonna have to make because you're actually have transformed a curved
Right.
surface.
Right,
Oh.
Zanuck, stop there. Stop there.
Yeah,
Rakia.
stop, Sonic.
Rakia.
Stop.
It ain't true.
Rakia, this is the point that I was making just before Zanuck came in about the transformation from the 3D Euclidean into a spherical that happens within animation that is only just starting to be used. Now, Zanuck is claiming that this technology is already utilized within the LiDAR equipment, and you are completely off base.
I never said
Zanuck.
that. You were getting
You
an
were-
actual.
But
distance.
what you are claiming is that the model that is modeled from reality doesn't represent reality. Now there must be a transformation within the data for that to happen, because the LiDAR scan is taken directly from reality, and there is no transformation within the software that does what you are asking or stating it should do.
Okay, I understand your point. I'm thinking about it for a second. I think my next response to that would be that it would be printed as it sees it, and every one of those distances, like you said, will have slight, even 6 foot, it will have a slight curvature at angles above where it's being taken from.
Right. Okay then. Oh,
So
if
it
you
will be making a curved surface. That's
if
my
you-
my
if I
my
laid it out
updated
on a
response,
where
because I'm thinking if it's measuring the ground, even though it's the same altitude above the ground everywhere it goes, it's still measuring something directly beneath it and to the sides, which is the width of the spot, which is 6 foot or 100 foot or whatever you said your section.
Yeah,
is.
Sonic,
it's
you
impossible
said
for that to
that.
happen.
The accuracy, hold
Yeah,
on.
Zanuck, you said
almost
that.
done,
Now,
almost
now
done, almost
stop
done, almost done.
talking.
The
Stop
accuracy-
talking and listen
the
to the response,
accuracy of-
Zanuck.
The accuracy of the
Zanuck.
measurement to the
Zanuck,
side.
Let him talk.
can
It
you
won't
hear me?
bother him.
Can I just give you the goddamn last word before you keep on telling me to be quiet? So the accuracy of what it measures at angles to each side of the 6 foot or 100 foot square section would determine the curvature, but that's okay. That's my
Okay,
point.
okay, that's not going to happen because these are going to be printed each in small chunks, right? Each chunk cannot be curved, like you say, because you would see
But it
each
would be,
individual chunk be curved. Because you could just you could never have to
Yes.
print this, and you can see what's going to go on. You
It would be
understand that?
curved. For example, if you did mile sections,
You can preview this model without ever having to print it, and you will
I
get
know
what
you
you get.
can. And if
And
you-
the
if you-
only way No, there's just no way that it's going to accidentally be curved.
Because you're talking about microns.
boy.
Your microns of curvature over an
I
inch.
know. It's a
So
lot to get
what
through
you
your head
have
right
is
here, but
distorted
like it's
over a
impossible.
mile.
Hang on,
It's literally
Zanik,
impossible.
Over a mile.
Whoa,
that
whoa,
would
whoa,
be
whoa,
distorted.
whoa, Zanik, Zanik, you are
Jack has literally not shut up since he came in. His voice has been heard.
The conversation is
entire
over.
time.
Well, could I say one thing about this?
Hang on. Whoa.
Wait, I just want to say one thing.
SE has
I
been
just want to say
waiting.
one thing.
SE has
I
been
just-
waiting since before
SE
Zanik started talking.
Hey, SE, can I say something, buddy? Do you mind? One little
Yes,
thing. The amount of curvature in a 1 foot section is so minuscule that the error margin in the equipment used to print it, or even the measuring devices and all that, it's going to be outside of those error margins. I don't think it'd be possible.
Exactly.
Are you sure?
Right.
Well, what
Right.
is it per square
Hang
foot? No, it should be explicitly visible then,
Microns.
if it is happening. What is your one? So let's say what's your print bed size? 8x10?
It's 12 by 12.
12 by 12, easy,
Yeah.
right? Okay, Zanik, you can tell me how much exactly per tile we should
Yes.
experience, right?
That's not hard to do. I can calculate
Okay,
normally.
so then
but
we
I'm gonna
can
say-
verify
I'm
this
gonna say,
too
I'm gonna say
then,
it's
right?
on the
Because there should be no mistakes.
very small fractions of millimeters of curvature. Fractions like
Again,
like
we can use microscopes to
microns.
determine this, right? Yeah.
Which
Well,
accumulate.
what's
I can calculate it for. I can calculate
This
it.
curvature
what are the-
would. Hang on, Zanik. This curvature would be apparent in each tile, no?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So this curvature would accumulate over the entire 27 feet at scale, no?
Yes.
Yes. So how much curvature is in 27 miles of your ball?
You'd have 50 or 60 feet.
50 or 60 feet over
Maybe
27
100
miles.
feet. Maybe close to 100 feet. But something big.
You,
Something
you
substantial.
ought to go do your maths again, Zanik.
Why is that?
27 miles I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, 27 miles. You have 100 and something feet of curvature. Yes.
Anybody else? I don't play with the Earth curve
Whoa,
calculator, but
did
that
you-
doesn't sound
that
right to
matches
me.
the model. I'm not saying anything unusual, but you just don't think it's possible.
Isn't it 60 feet for the first 10 miles?
Yeah, 660 feet.
There's about 6 feet of hidden on of just like 6 miles.
All right. Well, that will be apparent.
But you can keep
Yeah.
on exponential. So I'm just guessing
Right.
about.
So, well, anyway, Zanik, you can keep babbling, but what I'm saying
Not bad. Hey,
is
that's fucking rude.
over
I said
over
about
27
100
miles.
over
Over
100 miles,
27 miles, there is a
100
set
feet over
amount of
27 miles.
curvature
Why are
that
you doing this?
would be represented
Yo,
in
guys.
in a 27
Why are you
foot
doing this?
model.
It's a simple.
Guys, one at a time. Come on. I just got on.
Morning, Jeremy.
Zanik just spoiled a very good conversation we were having.
It's about 443 feet. Isn't it?
Which would be
So can I
represented.
get to my question?
Yeah.
You think, guys, finally?
Please.
After Zanik
Yeah,
wasted, how long?
Yeah,
10
that's
minutes?
no, I didn't waste any time. You guys are.
You're still wasting time now.
Zanik,
Oh,
just
Zanik.
shut up.
I already muted him. Continue.
So let me
That's
just
it.
get this question in, if I may. So DP, you LiDAR Angkor Wat, the square there, right?
No.
No, I'm giving a scenario here. I'm not saying you did.
No, I'm probably never will. But yeah, go on, carry on.
No, I'm just giving you like I want to do a hypothetical experiment. I want to see where your mind is at, because anyways. So let's say you LiDAR that square, the water, right?
Are you psychoanalyzing me?
I'm sorry?
Are you psychoanalyzing me? You want to see where my mind is at? Well,
Yeah,
It's in
yeah,
his-
because I
that's in his
find it
brain.
perplexed that you wanna what you're doing, because of the reason I stated earlier. Because
Well,
I
hang
think
on.
you know what water does.
Yeah, so we know what water does. Yeah, go on, carry on. I don't want to get into.
I fucking love what he's doing. This is what we.
So
this
do
is what we
I.
need to
So do I. But just listen. Hear me out, okay? So you LiDAR the thing, right? And you make a model of it, like you lay it out in the warehouse, like you said, DP, right? You fill it with water. what do you think is going to happen? What results do you think you're going to get? Do you think that the water is going to be higher or lower on any part of that model that you're going to make?
Why are you asking such retarded, and I hate to use
Not
that
retarded.
word,
It's a good question. That's a good
leading
job.
questions?
Silly, SE. Come on.
It's not silly, man. I'm just trying to. I'm
It
just
makes
trying
sense.
to show that this has already been done. We know this.
Yeah,
DP,
we
maybe
do,
you want
right?
to play with your 3D model machine or something.
And see,
I don't
I
get
know,
it, bro.
I know we do know this, but Zanuck doesn't, right? So
Well,
we're trying to.
Zanuck, if you took LiDAR,
Yeah,
Zanuck,
but
stop.
Zanuck, you know what Zanuck is
stop. I'm
doing.
trying to. Yeah, stop,
okay,
Zanuck.
go ahead.
So this is 3D what is it called? All right, at 3UTP's point is like we're trying to take the doubt out of the doubters.
Well, think about this for a second.
No, I'm trying to see if he understands.
No, this is.
I get it. And if that's the aim, okay, fine. I mean, but DP wants to build a model. This part here, I don't mind. Like, it's not that I mind or not. Who am I? DP can do whatever he
Can I talk
wants.
to you,
I'm
SE?
just-
Can I ask you a question?
Gosh, he's
Yeah.
in the middle of a
Well, he already made his point. No, he's just made his comment about how relative his question
He was
is.
halfway through his point, Zanuck. Why
No, he
can't you
wasn't.
step
Yes,
the
he wanted, so I could talk to him.
Jesus, Zanuck, you can't stop fucking talking.
See, I
Right,
don't have a beef with DP.
let me put this to you, right? And Bev has done his water level thing. He thinks he's proved the horizontal plane by holding two water levels up to each other. He thinks he's proved that horizontal line. Okay, so
Right.
does that mean that Bev now won't ever go out with a water level ever again?
No, DP, but let me give you another scenario. Let's say Rakia now gets hired.
There you
Hear me
go,
out.
SE.
Hear me out. Hear me
There
out.
you go.
I answered your question, bro.
Well, why are
I
you
answered
questioning? Well, hang on. Why are you questioning my motivation, and my motives for doing this when you're involved with people who claim that they have proved that horizontal, and yet they want to go out and do it again, maybe?
No, I'm not questioning that. I'll tell you what I'm questioning. I'm questioning that you think you can make a model. That's what I'm questioning.
What do you mean? I think. What? Hang on. What do you think? What do you mean? I think I can make a model. If I LiDAR scan 27 miles of a canal and put that point cloud into Blender, put it through a slicer, slice it up into foot-long sections, of course I can make a model of that canal, and it is going to be scale representation. It is going to be to scale.
I never
Based-
doubted that. It's
based-
when you want to take it.
Based in the Euclidean framework that the scan is taken in.
Yeah. Can I, if I may now, are you done?
All yours.
I'm not questioning your ability to model a canal accurately.
I didn't
Not
say.
at all.
I didn't say you were
Why-
questioning
why are
my
you
ability.
interrupting me, bro?
You're
Why are you
questioning my
interrupting me?
motives. It's not about my ability.
Let him finish. Let him finish. SE.
So it's not. I'm not questioning about your ability to do it or not. What I'm questioning is you want to make a model of the entire Earth. This is what I'm questioning.
What?
What's wrong with that?
So you're questioning his desire to do something grand? A
SE, can
grand
I make a
feat?
comment to you?
How is he gonna do
Oh,
that?
who unmuted Zanuck? Undo that.
Jeremy, just I have
okay.
something
Relevant to the conversation.
Oh,
a quick
no, I'm gonna
interruption.
go first.
Jeremy, could you meet me in live stream too, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I go first?
But can
I have one comment. I've been waiting.
Zanuck, can you shut the fuck up? And SE, can you restate what you were saying?
Yes, I said I don't question your ability to do the bridge thing, right? What I'm questioning is your ability to make a model that you claim of the entire Earth. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know, you don't know your ability to do something until you try to fucking do it, SE. And what's the point of sitting back on your ass when you've got all this technology that is at your fingertips that allows you to at least make a start? You know, if you deny that models exist, then you're a model denier. Everybody walks around with that model in their head for their own orientation.
DP,
And
DP,
to
let me
say
let you in
that
on
you
that.
deny you have a model is
Well,
fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, DP, a model isn't the only thing SE denies. You're also arguing with a guy who denies that time exists. So just be careful of that, dude.
Time is running out.
Who was that? Was that Elijah Savvy again? Is that who just spoke?
No.
Who just said that? I'm sorry.
Some other guy. Anyway, DP, don't be so modest. You walk around with at least 2 models.
Guys, I have a quick comment.
One on either shoulder.
Yeah,
go
thanks,
I don't want to
Elijah.
get warned. I don't want to get a warning. I want
Go
to.
ahead, Zanny. Go ahead, Zanny.
Thank you.
I'm next.
So SE made a good point, and here's the point I'd make as a kind of a point of concept. If we did this modeling of the LiDAR on Slack, for example, which is a building that is totally flat, we would have a building that would come out and be printed totally flat. If we did the same techniques he's talking about on the canal or the river, the water, that SE that you mentioned, that it would be curved. That's
SE, this is exactly my point.
I know.
This is exactly my point.
You're doing it again. This is why I get warned. I'm getting in trouble. But you guys do the same thing.
Yeah,
So
golly,
Let Zanuck destroy the conversation.
About to mute him, and you just
SE, Zanuck is making
mute
my
him now,
point.
Evo. Come on.
This,
Mute him. He has been talking over me since
Last time I muted him and let SC finish. I muted him now.
No, I was talking. You guys said I could talk. He was talking over me.
I muted him. Holy shit.
Thank you. I can't see everything. So yeah, if you just do these 2 tests, and that's what he's talking about exactly. My contention is that you will get that. If the tools are accurate, you will get that curvature. And I should be corrected on the 100 foot over 27 miles. Yeah, it's over 400 feet. 450 feet or something. You would have a structure that was built out of your Legos that would have 450 feet of curvature from the center to the ends.
Which is scalable, yeah?
Yes, it's all scalable.
Yeah. Right, SE, Zanuck has just made my point for me.
I think so.
So what is your bone of contention now, SE?
I'll tell you. DP. You know very. That's not your turn to talk, Zanuck.
It's actually
I'll tell you, DP. We know how people like Zanuck think, right? We know they don't think that water is horizontal level, so that point is moot, bro. I mean, it's Zanuck, for crying out loud. If we tell him cats have hair, then he's gonna say no, they don't have fur.
We measure Slack to be flat and it's horizontal, but water is not measured to be flat and horizontal. We measure it.
No matter what you say.
Okay, we've heard you before, Zanuck.
Not before me, right? Right? Don't I get to go first? I mean, how long do I got to call for?
Yeah,
Hey,
snack. Yeah,
Surely DP is the next one to respond, right?
Surely, but I will do first, and then I will just say to SE, like, if you develop one area of verified, like we scanned it correctly, like DP does, like if he wants to do that, right? You can join any amount of fucking data to that shit. You know what I mean? And it'll be like square up to it. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Absolutely.
he doesn't have to actually map the whole world by his damn self. Multiple types of techniques could be applied to it if you fucking wanted to. I mean,
Right.
What's the point of it? I don't know, but I'm just saying it could be done, and like whatever he does do, it will like be a basis for putting everything else onto it. I'm done talking.
And
I hear you, but those measurements are already there. They've been done already. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but we're gonna do it ourselves.
It's fine that you can say that. I think I'm jazzed because like fucking I don't know, 12 years ago I started a 3D printing company and it's cool. Shit, I'm familiar with this equipment. I think it's fine.
That's a
That's
good
all.
Yeah, you guys want to play with your 3D printers, man. I mean,
Oh my word. SE, what the fuck is wrong with you? All you want to do is run down.
Surveyors want to play with satellites too, right? Come on.
See? All you're trying to do is put your thumb on what we're suggesting
Let's see. I'll fucking
and
send you a
twist it.
printer, goddammit. You can play that.
Jesus.
Well, he's gone now, so cool. We can get back to it. I wanted to
Can I-
suggest something.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Since
Go ahead.
nobody's pay attention to any fucking thing that anybody says about topography, what is even the point? The globers can't even draw a fucking smooth globe to match anything outside, correct? I'll
Correct.
say this one more time.
We're not
Real quick.
necessarily
My
doing it for them.
backyard. Hold on a minute. My backyard. It's not smooth. The tree in it isn't. The hill isn't. the dip, the big ass hole, the cliff, and everything else that goes up and down and whatever from that point. There's no fucking way in hell anybody's gonna convince me I'm on a smooth ass ball ever in my fucking life, because there's so much topography that is against anything smooth or perfectly whatever, except that the stuff that lies below everything else, which is water. So water has to lie in a cup, which is a dip down in the ground, which is a bowl, which is against a ball.
I hear you. Can I ask DP a question, if I may?
Oh, you came back? Yeah,
DP,
sure, I can wait.
you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here, I see.
All right. So, let's say now I was to hire Rakia, right? And tell him I want to make a horizontal plane. I want to make a perfectly horizontal level building, and I pay him, right? Do you think that he's capable of doing that? And do we have to test it? Like, do we have to LiDAR it for us to, like, believe that that's what it is? Or would that be good enough for you? Or no, that wouldn't be good enough for you? You don't think that Rakia can make a horizontal plane? Brings his machines there, does his thing. You don't think that's possible?
Right, hang on. Why are you ending your sentence with "you don't think that's possible"?
Okay, I'll take that off. Do you think that's possible? My apologies.
Rakia, how many times have we had this conversation about the methods of extending a plane that you establish? Obviously, he can't get to his mic at the moment. Hang on, Skylane. Hang on.
Yeah.
SC, if you go back again to my presentation and watch my presentation, there is a point in there where I go over a conversation with Rakia that me and Rakia have had many times before about the principles and the techniques for extending a horizontal plane, right? It's not me that doesn't think that a horizontal plane is extendable.
So we agree then.
I've never disagreed.
Okay, so what?
I understand the principles of Euclidean geometry, and that once you have established a plane, you can add points to that plane and thereby extend that plane.
Okay, so then you agree that measurements have been made, right? Like India, for example.
What is the problem
The
you
United
have?
States, for
Hang on,
example.
SE, what is the problem you have with employing a form of technology to reinforce the message that is started with surveying, with establishing the plane, with extending that plane, right? If you have started establishing a plane at a point along a canal, according to them, you can't extend that plane the whole 27 miles. It would take a team of surveyors, weeks probably, to do it. With a LiDAR scanner, you can get on a boat. You can chug your way all the way along that 27 miles, scanning each millimeter as you go. Not scanning it once either. You scan it millions of times. As you approach it, as you're underneath it, as you go past it, up to a distance of 400 meters in each direction. That point is scanned at 480,000 points per second. Now you do the maths. You work out how many times each point is scanned along that track.
It could be millions. It doesn't matter. Even if over 400 yards.
Wait, shut up, Zanik. He wasn't talking to you.
Wow.
I
He's
hear you,
asserting some of
DP.
this.
Are you saying that? Please, Zanik, come on, man. I'm not disagreeing with you. Are you saying that we're able to reach more accuracy than, let's say, a water level? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're after?
How can you beat the accuracy of the water level when it establishes the plane? We all know that. We all know that water establishes that planar surface. It's not a plane. It will never be a plane because a plane is two-dimensional and therefore conceptual.
So
But
we're not in
the
contention in
surface-
anything here.
The surface of water is planar in nature. We know that. Now, like I said, to get a team of surveyors to survey that 27 miles, you're always going to come up against, well, you know, refraction this, it's not that accurate, the distance is this, that or the other. We're always going to come up against that. And the team of surveyors give you a string of numbers. The LiDAR scan gives you something to look at and to work with and to walk through and to dissect and to print off and to build a scale model at any scale you want. I could divide that 1 mile section, I could divide that into half a mile and
Put it in
print
your
it
pocket.
and print it at a foot. So each that model then becomes twice as long.
Just for the
It's
record, all I hear is you
scalable.
talking.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. We're in total agreement on that.
Well, I don't understand what the problem you've got is with employing modern technology, the LiDAR scan, to do the job that it would take a team of surveyors maybe a week to do, when it
I'll
can be
tell
done
you
in a...
my problem. I'll tell you, that's not my problem. I'll repeat it again. My problem is you think somehow using this technology, you're going to get the shape of the Earth and make a model of that. That's my problem. And it's not really a problem. I'm just saying it as a concern. By no means am I going to stop you or...
SE, you have just said you think you can... What, say it again? Go on.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Do you think...
No, don't rephrase it. Say it the way you said it the first time.
Sure. You think that using this technique you can make a model of the Earth?
Why are you telling me what I think, SE? You are not
my
inside
apologies.
my
I will
head.
put it in the form of a question.
He's asking
Do you
you.
think? Do you think using this technique, DP, you can make a model of the Earth?
Do I think using this technique I can make a model of the Earth?
Yes, sir.
I think using this technology I can do a scale model of 27 miles of a canal in Leeds to Liverpool. I can go to another stretch of canal, and this time with locks in it, so I can get the elevation profile change of the change in the canals. I can go to another section of canal. I can do the same. I can walk along a section, not necessarily walk along, that'd be really silly. I can scan a section of railway line and see what the elevation change is on that section of railway line. I can, like who was it I was talking to? That was Elijah. I can go to the datum point in Newlyn in Cornwall, the mean sea level elevation datum point.
Is that why I asked you, DP? Sorry.
He won't stop talking.
I
The thing
can
he keeps me up. He just he won't stop.
Fuck's sake, Zanuck.
He's talking. Well, first of all,
stopping.
Nobody's asking you anything, Xander. We want to hear what people who do things are doing. Shut the fuck up.
So what I'm saying, SE, is that I can use this tool in a multitude of situations that all equate to the same thing. I can start in my local area, in the place that I know the best, and I can establish that, yes, it is a horizontal plane according to the LiDAR scans. Okay? That is what we need.
I asked you, DP. Sorry,
that is
that is what you asked me. Yeah, it is. Because the second time you rephrased it, you changed the question. The first question you asked was, is that going to tell you the shape of the Earth? Question.
And what's the answer to that?
Is that going to tell me the shape of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth?
Why are you asking me that question?
I'm asking you to clarify. You've asked me a question. Is that going to tell me the shape of the Earth? What is the shape of the Earth?
What is
Why are you asking me back the question? Gentlemen, ladies, am I not clear in what I said?
Right, okay, then let
SE,
me
you're very clear.
let me
You asked
clarify.
Creel, I'm telling you,
Let
he's very
me
clear. You're not
clarify
answering his
then.
question.
Elbow, just mute Zanuck, man.
Let me clarify then, SE. What it will do is it will give me a model representation of different parts of the Earth, the places close to me. I can model different parts of it. Will it tell me the shape of the whole of it? No. But it will tell me that it is planar in nature and that everything is based off horizontal parallel planes.
So you're going to reinforce already what we know. Thank you, DP.
Well, SE, at the end of the day, anything any one of us does on our side is only reinforcing what we already know. We already know that the nature of where we live is planar. So, by your token, what is the point of anybody doing fucking anything? We may as well just go home.
If you knew it.
You might as well
Well, you're
just.
changing the story now.
Is he
Before
gonna
you
stop
said,
talking after anyone
Zanuck, and then you can go. Last thing.
Jesus.
You said before you can make a model of the Earth. Now you're backtracking.
Right, no, hang on, let me address that, right? Did I say I was going to use this technology to make that model?
That's the impression I got.
Well,
If I'm wrong, my bad.
If it's your impression, then you should have asked me directly, because no, SE, it's not.
It's been 20 minutes. I've been listening to you drone on for this. Let me ask a question to you, DP. You said if we model the Earth with the LiDAR system, the canal you're familiar with, that you're going to get a representation. You're asserting that you know, I quote you, I'm quoting you, you know that it is horizontal and flat. So I'm going to throw this back at you. If you went to Slack or LIGO and you did the exact same test on those buildings, they would be measured flat. I would agree. But the problem is we actually measure the surrounding areas to have a varying plumb line. These structures do not. So you will be measuring and detecting curvature, even if you break it down as small as you want, if the instrument is accurate enough. Your LiDAR system, your laser system, as you go down the canal, will have small, very small incremental change in the line from being horizontal to curved. And it will be over 1 mile, 6 inches of deviation.
Cool story.
2 inches from the center. Sorry, 2 inches.
All right, back
Over
back
a
to
whole
productive
mile from the center.
conversation.
2
We don't
miles.
care.
You'd have 6
You're just
inches on one
asserting your
end, 6
worldview.
inches
We
on the
don't
other.
care.
Yeah, Zanuck, nobody cares.
Yeah, DP. I've
Well,
got
just
something
you
else.
can you can
Shut
you can
up.
actually
Shush.
you
You said
can
your
model.
point. You said your point. We heard it. We already know this. You don't need to reiterate it.
So you're
So
saying
D-
that you'll get a
Shush.
different measurement
Shush.
from the
Shush.
light from.
Shush.
Hold on, you'll get. I'm just
Shush.
asking you. Let me
Shush.
say, you talk for 20 minutes. I'd listen to you drone on with SC. Let me have
I'm a
15
different. I'm a
seconds.
different person. I'm a
Yeah,
different
yeah,
person.
you're obviously
Come on,
me.
guys. You let him
You're
talk for
obviously me.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
No,
So we have
I'm
listen.
telling you to shush because I have a question I want to ask DP now.
Well, let me just
'Cause we've
finish.
heard. We've heard
My
you.
question. I didn't
We've heard
finish.
you.
No, hold
Just
up.
let me
I've
finish
been-
the question. It'll be 5
No,
seconds.
hold
I'll be
up,
done.
no, hold up. Hold
God
up.
damn it.
No, hold up. I've been listening this whole morning, and by far, the one who's been talking the most is Zanuck. I've been listening this whole time. Please continue.
So
okay,
basically,
then thanks for that.
Okay, that's a big fat lie. I've been listening to this DP dude for like an hour. What are you talking about?
So
The questions
DP's engaging people in conversation. He's not just droning on. He's doing back and forth with about 3 different people. But anyway, DP, it's very quick. What you said
Okay.
about the train? What you said about the train and the different elevations of the train lines? I was going to suggest to you that that's probably a really good idea for the 3D printing because those train model guys would love that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could do because you know those guys who turn their whole house into
they
a
would
recreation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure
They
you've
could
already
have a
thought
real
about that.
life- They could have a real life representation of whatever
Yeah.
they wanted. Yeah,
You could
yeah,
go
for
and
sure.
you could go and take the scanners and scan all the trains so that they can then build like complete
man.
replicas from head to
Yeah.
toe. So go and have fun
Yeah.
with that. I think
Yeah.
I think you'll
I
make
mean-
a good little earner from that one.
I mean, I want to get into scanning for the 3D printing as well. So, as a warm up to the LiDAR stuff, you can get scanners that allow you to scan like your pets or your
Yeah.
next door neighbor or whatever you want, and then you load that into Blender and then into your
Very
slicer
good.
and then print it off.
Yeah. Actually,
you
I
can-
got some other stuff, but check the DM that I sent you initially.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So I want to address a point I've been trying to make. We directed at SE. We've talked about digging ditches and pulling lines and building structures and trying to figure out ways to measure this curvature or the lack thereof. I've not heard much about this LIGO. Why would we not explore that possibility of coming to some conclusion with it?
SC doesn't really like
The LiDAR. The LiDAR.
3D. Listen, him and 3DP have got history, and 3DP has got like what is interested in LiDAR. So SE has to be against it for his own moral code for some reason. There you go.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
SE, I'm not intending to build a world model off of the back of a couple of scans done along canals. If
You're trying to conquer the world with a model, admit it.
If that is
just like the rest of the elites. You're trying to model the world.
if
to
if
try
that
and
is
trap
your
us in it.
if that is your belief,
You never own
SE,
me.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but they are wrong.
Okay, if that's not your goal, then I stand corrected because I heard you compare the water. I hate to agree with Zanuck, but you did say that, bro.
So
You did make an inference.
What did I
by
say?
measuring-
What did I say?
You made an inference of the water that you're going to measure with this thing, and you made an inference to the Earth being flat.
The water establishes a horizon.
Yeah, we understand you want to measure the water.
Shut up.
Measure the water with a LiDAR. Well, we understand. Thanks.
It gives you that horizontal reference over 27
understand.
miles.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you're mulling over it for an hour. We all get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
real quick. Like I said, just do a comparison in your mind for LIGO and for your water canal. Do you think you're going to have the exact same shape? They both will be flat, perfectly flat.
Right.
Yet we survey it to be different.
And when
hold on,
when a
you talked for 25 minutes. I counted straight. I didn't talk more than 3 minutes before I get muted.
Hold
So
on, you
just
said
let me have my
25 minutes?
All right. If you did your LiDAR and actually plotted out and measured the LIGO or SLAC, you would get, and I would agree, a perfectly straight, near perfectly straight object over 2 miles long. All right. If you measure this canal the same distance with your LiDAR system, with a boat or the helicopter, whatever you're going to use, you will not get a flat, straight object. You will get something that's curved. We can measure it easily, and
That's
the
your
LiDAR
point.
is accurate enough. Let me finish. I'm almost
We
done.
heard you the first time.
Let me finish.
You think you live on a ball. We don't care.
Zanuck. Curves. See, I can't. I did the same thing last time, and before I got halfway through it,
I was,
dude, unbelievable.
crap, I
Why
was-
y'all
Yeah,
interrupting?
keep talking, though.
Stop interrupting.
Unbelievable. I can't get to the second part of my sentence. No matter what say.
I just need to
You
point
talked
out
for 30
here.
minutes straight, DP. Thank you. So yes, if you measure both, are you saying that you're going to measure SLAC or LIGO and it will be flat? We all would agree. And then you're going to 3D model this canal. You're saying that you know that it's going to be flat, but you're not really giving any evidence to that point. You're saying that in your mind you think it's flat, but if you measure it, we think it will be a curved surface, and it will be printed out
Can
in
I?
your 3D model printer as being curved.
Do you want to
So
wind
you
your
would
neck
get
in?
Per
Stanley?
mile.
a tenth
You
of a
keep-
millimeter
you can't
per
do it.
2 feet,
Leave them
right?
muted while I'm talking. It'll only be
Oh
5
no,
minutes.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help
Well, you keep on unmuting him, and he jumps in because he has no control.
I'm just trying to help.
I haven't been muted, Zanuck. How can they unmute me if I haven't been muted?
You were
Answer me.
muted.
No,
you
I
were
wasn't.
muted.
I've
Yes,
not been
you
muted.
were.
Hold on.
No, I
RDP.
wasn't.
Hold on,
Yes,
3DP.
you were. I saw
Zanuck.
them written out by your name.
I
But you
did-
can't
I-
control yourself. So if
I'm
you
very excited, Zanuck. I just want to say that if we're talking about 1 foot,
Zanuck wasn't done.
Can I address
no,
what Zanuck,
wait, no,
what
you
Zanuck
gotta-
said
you gotta wait.
after
Oh,
you?
my-
I just want to address what Zanuck said.
Zanuck wasn't done. Zanuck, stop repeating yourself. Say it once and then get it done. I mean, you're taking way too long.
Okay. And DP, you are muted. I can see you're muted. And the reason is because you talk over me. So here's my point. I said it's something about the.
Hold on.
I said what? I said about Slack.
Okay,
And
now
I talked about the water. I said,
hold on. I server muted him by mistake, so you probably didn't hear the first part. Go
no
ahead.
problem. Okay. I just got to the second part of my sentence, and then he jumped in and talked over me. So it was really quick. It literally is like 15 seconds. Measure slack and measure the water. We contend that when you measure the water with your technique you're using, if it's accurate enough equipment, you will measure this curve because we can survey the curve. It's not that difficult. We can see varying plumb lines on water. We don't see that at slack. We do see the varying plumb lines at slack, and that shows us that that object is straight, but the plumb lines vary at any point on it. So if you can show me something otherwise, great. But right now you're asserting that we know it's flat, we know it's horizontal, and it's just based on what you think, not what you've tested.
You done?
Thank you for not talking.
You done?
Yeah, when I'm stopped, I'm done.
Well, it's hard to tell with you when you've actually stopped.
Okay,
Zanuck,
this is why we have a problem.
Right. Okay. Right. Let's get back to it. Slack and LiDAR are engineered pieces of machinery, hardware, basically.
To be straight.
Yeah, they're engineered. They're built to be that.
20
Can you shut the fuck up, Zanuck? Well, I talk. I gave you the courtesy. I was muted, granted, but you had your space. These are engineered to be this way. The comparison you're making between those and the surface of the water is a false comparison, because the surface of the water sits in an engineered basin, but the surface of the water is hydrostatic equilibrium. This is a natural force, if you will. So it is nature that is forcing the water to take on its shape. Okay? And yeah, you're right. I am asserting that the surface of that water will be planar in nature. And you say you've measured the deviation of the surface of that water from a horizontal plane. Well,
yes.
Let's see the measurements. Let's see the actual physical measurements of the water deviation from that horizontal plane over the course of 1 mile.
I could do it over 400 yards, and we've already done it. I've shown you the data. So you're asking for data. I can provide it again.
The measurements.
16 arcs. I'm still talking. We have 16 arc seconds of deviation over 400 yards. That's it. Not much. We can also measure inside the slack that there is a deviation of plumb over 6 feet, about 35 thousandths of an inch, like a spark plug gap. That's enough to show that there is a 8 inches per mile squared relationship over this distance of 2 miles.
Well, you're
claiming because we measure it. Now, over water, you don't see that. You're saying it relates to the basin and hydrostatics? Yeah, hydrostatics gives you a progressive increase of pressure as you go down to the surface, but it has no relation to the surface. You can make it deeper one area and shallow another area. The hydrostatics do not determine the shape of the surface.
No, exactly.
What we do have, hold on.
Are you
finished?
Hold
on, last point.
Jesus.
Last point. What we do have is what we do have is any point on that water surface, you can drop a plumb line and it will be perpendicular to the surface. At that point, at a tangent. That we can actually measure.
Right. Right. Do you have to shotgun everything, Zanuck? It's all you do.
If you're that ADD, you can't understand 2 points. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
It's all you do, Zanuck. You talk at a million miles an hour and shotgun everything.
And non-varying plumb lines on the water.
Okay, yeah. Your point about dropping a plumb line at any point in the water and it being perpendicular to the surface of the water, yeah, absolutely. Because the surface of that water, I maintain, this is me speaking, is a horizontal, or adheres to the properties of a horizontal plane. Absolutely. So why have you got to fucking talk over me, Zanuck? You're the one bitching and moaning about people talking over you. Now shut the fuck up. The surface of that water will be perpendicular to that plumb bob dropped into that water at every point along that canal. Every single point, Zanuck. Yes, I agree.
They're not parallel, so it can't be. They measurably are not parallel. Measurably.
Right. So now you are saying that if I drop a plumb line into the canal at one point, it won't be perpendicular to the surface of the water
At that point,
That's what I
you get
said.
a level.
Listen to what I'm fucking saying, Zanik.
It's a tangent.
At every single point, the surface of that water will be perpendicular to a plumb bob dropped into the water.
So this is where the confusion begins. Horizontal is the level.
It was Zanik.
Hold on.
Answer me the question.
No, they're not. They will be. Yes, at every point you will have a tangent touching the water at one point only.
What?
It's curved.
So
the level is perpendicular. Only level.
That
level means an orientation. Orientation, not the line of the water.
Yeah,
Somebody shut him up.
Just give up. Fucking Jesus.
I'm trying to give you a definition. You just talk over me. Horizontal is the level. Level is the orientation perpendicular to plumb. Perpendicular to plumb is level. And the levels will all be perpendicular to plumb at any point in the water, but the plumbs will not be parallel.
Last point again.
Right,
They're
Zanik.
not parallel. The plumbs are not parallel.
Can somebody shut him up so I can make my point, please? Right. Zanik is saying that if you drop a plumb bob into the water, it will be perpendicular to the water surface at any point. Yes, Zanik?
At one point, at any one point, it'll be perpendicular to level.
At any point.
One point.
So at every point, if you
No,
drop.
they're not parallel, because that would infer that they're parallel. They're not.
Who's talking about parallels? I'm just talking about a plumb bob dropped into a canal at a point.
And at that point, if you put that level to measure it, at that point, it'll be perpendicular to the horizontal, which is level. But every point on the water is not going to have a
horizontal is level.
Horizontal is not level.
Yeah. If this mattered, he would have brought this up a while ago. If this fucking mattered, but it doesn't.
Horizontal is the level.
Zanik, you're twisted. Horizontal is the level.
It's desperate, Zanik. It's desperate. You know why? Because it's very simple. You could just let him go, because 20 feet is 1 millimeter of curvature. You just measure that shit.
Yeah, the horizontal is the level. The level is
level.
perpendicular.
Yeah.
DP, can I just finish this one sentence?
It's level.
I'm agreeing with you. Horizontal is level. Yeah.
Horizontal
Absolutely.
is the level. The level.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me finish. You're not letting me finish. You're just not letting me. Horizontal is the level. The level is horizontal, but it is an orientation. You gotta understand what level means. An orientation perpendicular to a plumb. And anytime you move away from that one point that you've touched the water, that plumb line will not be parallel. That's the point. Don't mince my words. Don't be mistaken.
That's
Don't
your
confuse
claim.
them.
That's your claim, Zanik. Yeah. Well done.
That's what we measure. We measure this. You don't measure it. I measure it. You don't.
You don't. You measure it. When the fuck did you do anything, Zanik?
At Slack, totally, we have anywhere on the earth
Slack.
you will have
Yeah.
non-parallel
Okay.
plumb lines. Anywhere.
Okay, Zanik.
Okay.
Yeah.
Period. Now, when you measure a parallel plumb line, you tell me about it. Okay. Until then, shut the fuck up.
Don't need to measure parallel plumb lines, Zanik. We know.
Everyone here understands it except for you, by the way, DP.
Yeah, of course. You just have to go with the personal attacks there, Zanik, don't you?
No, but you're saying we've measured it.
got
You
nothing.
know.
Why didn't you start with that then, Zanik? If it was such a good proof, why didn't you start with it? Wasted all this time. You could have cut to the chase, no?
I
This must
did.
be
I
such a
started
strong
from the very
proof.
beginning.
It's such a strong proof you waited till all the way till now.
Because we were talking about 3D printing and measuring curvature with the LiDAR system along a path.
I know, but it's just it's so elementary.
It is so elementary. We
Yeah,
have
because
non-parallel plumb lines.
but
That shows
also, it's a bold assertion as well. But then you're backing it up by saying that you measure it all the time and stuff. So
I've seen it. No, I didn't all the time. I said I've been to Slack. We've done the tests. We see that there is a varying plumb line. That infers that these horizontals, the levels, are going to be different from each other. They're not going to.
you're saying that level is not level, okay?
Level is level. Level is an orientation perpendicular to plumb.
Or these different downs that are being created
Different downs. Yes, all the downs are not parallel.
could be different downs.
They're going to be different downs. They're going to the center.
Well, you're saying like a 90-degree
Yeah,
change in
common sense.
down could be down too. It just depends where you say down is.
What's that?
You said yesterday that the down could be changed, like at 90 degrees, it establishes a new down. You were talking
Yeah,
about
down
something.
down prime by putting in a centrifuge or flying in an
Down
airplane.
prime. I love that. Yeah. So there's tons of like interesting things that you could
But if you take it in context, you realize what I'm
neglect
saying.
to
We're not in an airplane. We're not creating another force that would change the direction of down. Like magnets could do it too. You could have a magnetic down. If you had a magnet and something being attracted, that would be a down. That'd be a down prime, right? Not down directly with gravity, down prime. Anyway, the point is we go to Slack, we see the varying plumb lines. They're not parallel. We also do surveying where we have reciprocal angles that we can actually detect 16 arc seconds of deviation from level from one point to another. 16 arc seconds, that's a lot, because the error of this measure tool is about 1 second. We're measuring 16 seconds. What's that due to? Why is that over water? Why is there a deviation? It's because
Right.
but
you do agree that right. So if you measured a standing water, right, with the LiDAR scanner, he's definitely going to come up with curvature, which he should never get, right? Because he's just there, right? He's never going to encounter anything stacking up, right? That just
because he's not going to actually do it. Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's like you could do it. You do not need a fancy LiDAR machine to do that, right? You could just do it with video and fucking throw it into.
Did you just say you measured something over water and got 16 arc second of what again?
Of curvature, of drop.
Yeah. Over what distance?
400 yards.
What was your 400 yards you measured
Yes.
over water and got drop measurement?
Yes, 16 arc seconds. It's measured. We put the
Prove
data.
that
Where you
shit.
been? Are you been sleeping? Are you sleeping on the
Prove
job?
it.
You're in your boat?
Prove
You're in your
it.
boat sitting in the sun? What's going on?
400 yards over water?
Yes.
Yeah, prove it.
I've already I'll produce it to produce again.
Bullshit. So you
My God,
you did
why are
you
you
did
why
a
are
long
you doubting? Well, this
so
is
you-
everyone knows this, but you,
Yeah,
Rakia.
I'm not doubting. I'm just going to bust your bubble here. So you did
Well,
a
bust
long
it. You
distance
gotta be joking,
observation
right?
using an optic. If you'll shut up. You did a long distance of 400 yards over water. At what elevation, sir?
At the water level, 6 feet off the ground, 5 feet off the ground.
And you think you got accurate what?
16 arc seconds of deviation with the accuracy of the tool of 1 arc second.
Yeah,
The
but
ex-
you're
the-
over
the measure should
water
be
long
within a-
distance, Zanuck.
Pardon me?
At low elevation. Let me repeat it without you saying a word. You're low level, long distance, optical measurement over water. Ring a bell?
400 yards. It's not that long a distance.
Are you kidding me?
400 yards. It's like a field at a track at a high school.
Over water.
Yes, over
Low
water.
level.
But 6 feet off the water.
You know a problem with this? I mean,
You're saying
yourself
refraction?
has told people,
Well,
you
you're saying
yourself,
refraction.
if you would shut up while my mic is open, you
Always
yourself for years have told people like me that you can't do long distance observations and measurements over water low level. And now you're going to use that as some type of proof here and let it slide by? Just say it so cool, calm, and collectively? You're full of shit, man.
So full of shit means you're done. Okay. So no, what we've talked about is we've seen looming situations where light bends downward. We're over water. We're seeing drop. We're seeing the drop. If there was looming, it'd make the problem worse. That means it should be farther down than it is. We're actually seeing it down deviating from level. And when it's down deviating from level, even if you have a refraction Rakia, you're talking like Democ, you would not have a problem. It still shows curvature. We still see this. We can do this, by the way, at Slack, where we see varying plumb lines. There's no refraction. There's no water. There's just a tube that's finely machined with 20 thousandths of an inch straightness over 2 miles. 20 thousandths of an inch. That's how straight it is. And they can prove it with lasers inside a
The
vacuum.
goal of this guy is just to hog airtime and talk as much as
Oh my
possible
God,
without,
Racky went
without
on for
saying
fucking twice
anything.
as
I
long.
mean,
It didn't say anything.
it's
You
been-
haven't
it's been
shut
going
up
an
in the
hour and
last
a half,
hour, Zanuck.
right? I mean, when are the mods thinking of muting him?
There
or
is no
something?
mods against
Here I
Zanuck.
am. Here I am, you guys. I'm here. Zanuck, watch it. You're walking on broken glass, buddy. I'm just
D-Mike's
kidding
going to give
about
you a
it.
warning.
But it,
D-Mike's going to give you a warning.
That is
I'll
badass.
put the
That is so
measurements in there
badass
for you,
right there.
Rakia. I'll put the measurements in the chat for you, Rakia.
I don't want your measurements long distance over water. Don't need them.
400 yards is not long distance.
Zanuck, look in the back. Look in the back.
Incredible.
Look in the back text, Zanuck, and you can see the drawing I put in there. I'll put it in there again. Just circle where your globe starts or stops, please. It's a drawing of the scenery outside. There's a little lake and hills, mountains, valleys, dips. There's a lot of stuff there. So just draw where your smooth, level, flat globe starts, okay? I'll put the drawing in, and you just draw that, and we'll discuss this drawing.
Or you know what's even better? Let somebody experience. Rakia, tell them the story you had with the measurement over water. That was you that said that, right? You had a...
Yeah, I hired a surveyor crew to do one of my developments. We were shooting,
Listen to this story, guys.
drainage elevation. So they were trying to shoot from one area of the development to a back corner where a drainage ditch was going to end up, a swell. And they had a large lake in between them, and they wouldn't shoot over that lake because they didn't want to get measurements that weren't accurate. So they actually had to make significant changes to their plan of attack, right? They thought they could just take this shot and whatever. They said they can't. They had to shoot here, get this, establish this, go there where they weren't shooting over water for that very reason. I don't need them to tell me that because I've been told by every glober known to mankind for the last 7 years that low level, long distance observations or measurements using optical tools over water is a big no-no.
Yep. You hear that story, Zanuck? A professional crew would not survey over water. And a little bit, not that much, part of it. Wasn't the whole measurement. But because there was water there, they refused to do it.
Well, they didn't refuse to do it. They just said they weren't going to do it that way because they wanted to be more accurate.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah. Over the water, yeah.
So you would agree that over different days we'll have different refractive values. We understand light bends downward. I just showed you the data over multiple days with multiple measurements showing the 16 arc seconds well within the level of tolerance of accuracy, which is about 1.5 seconds. We saw 16 seconds every single day, never varied from that, and it's over a relatively short distance, 400 yards. Not a big deal.
So you're just going to brush over. Rakia told you, Zanuck. You're just going to brush over, right? Like he does that every day.
Of course, there's inaccuracies, and more so over water, but it would be looming. It'd be things higher than they should be. Either way, it's an error. So
No, that's another baseless claim you make. That
baseless. Show me in light.
Yeah, show me where you can. Show me where you can measure Earth curve over 1,200 feet.
Forget it.
Yeah, forget it. You're full of baseless. Dude, as I started talking, you started talking. Dude.
At the same time.
You can't shut up, man.
It's you that can't shut up, really.
I go on mute when I'm done, Zanuck.
You don't.
That's another lie.
Did you go
Can
on
we
mute
get a
just now?
Demark in here?
Anyway, Rakia, we know light bends downward. That causes looming. End of story.
Whew. And contrary to fear of over water measurement, you could also use it those short distances. You could use a water level and do it on dry land.
Or you can take an experienced person that does this every day and hear what they did instead of measuring over water, which he just explained to you guys, which obviously you weren't listening.
Oh, I've heard his explanation. It just doesn't differentiate between segmented curve.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. This wasn't me. This was a hired crew. This was a surveying crew from an engineering company that was working on one of my developments.
Do it at 100 feet. You can measure it. It can be measured.
Jesus, Zanuck.
What is Zanuck? What does an arc second represent at 200 meters?
As far as distance on the machine?
And what is the error in inches or centimeters or millimeters? I
got to go back and look at the number that they got for that. They have a picture of the deviation. It looks like a few inches, right? So less than 10% is the accuracy of the tool. So I wouldn't think that that's going to be a problem, especially when you measure it over and over again over multiple days and multiple measurements on each day. We see this. You're just denying we're measurement. Oh, it's got to be wrong. Next day, it's got to be wrong. Oh, next day, it's got to be wrong. We never see anything other than that, Rakia. It doesn't go the other direction. You don't have a sinking. And if it did, it'd be that you go the wrong direction. So if it's looming, it makes your problem worse. You don't
What are you
understand
measuring curving again?
Yes, you're measuring curving.
What did you measure to curve?
The water surface.
Thanks very much.
And the land the same height above the shore. So you're on the land, maybe a couple inches above the shore.
But wait, there's more.
Let me ask you, Zanik, would a LiDAR map of that area, would that convince you?
Absolutely. If it had accuracy, that was to the level I would require.
Which is what? Down to the micron? No doubt?
Well, if it's down to the micron, of course I would believe it for sure.
If we could do it down to the micron, this shit would be over. We could do it down.
If you measure down to the micron, you would see curvature. Not a problem.
You see that? There's
Well, that's
nothing you
a-
could say to this
measure
man.
curvature in your
That's
swimming
an
pool.
There's no
assertion.
amount. Let me finish.
This is somebody who doesn't need to do science. This is somebody who knows things.
This is
right?
science.
Guys, listen to
Yeah, he
this.
will not accept
No,
anything.
where's the science, right? Right? You're going to just tell me. But also, that's not true. So you're wrong because like a 3D print wouldn't show that, especially if it was all scanned. You know what I mean? You're just not going to see it. I'm sorry.
Why do you say
Guys,
that?
listen,
I
hold on
just
a
got to
second.
tell you a very
It's
easy.
literally what would have to happen.
Literally, you're
is-
using
let me
words
tell
you
you.
don't
Let me
understand,
let me
obviously.
explain to you. Let me explain to you what would have to happen to DP is he would have to be walking, and then all of a sudden, midway in his, from his ending point of observation, there'd be a big pile of water in the middle. That's exactly what the LiDAR would have to say, and that's exactly what the prints would have to say too. And it would just be like, we know that that's not there.
Well said. Also known as a hump. Well said,
No,
whoever
there's
said
no
that.
hump. Everything below the surface, everything
You're
in
no,
front
no,
of
no,
you
no,
is
no,
below
no,
the
no, no, no.
surface.
You're not listening, and you need to just pay attention because, like, if you're just there, it's apparent. You could see it from a while away. You would see a big hump of water in this channel. So
Guys,
let's not
stop
be silly
arguing with
here.
Zanik. I
Like,
got
there's
something.
Why
there's
would
no
you
need
see a
to
hump
do
of
this.
water? I mean, it
Stop
rises to
You're
eye
arguing with
level.
asserting
Zanik,
that
guys. I
there's a
got
hump.
something.
It rises to eye level in perception, but it's not a hump. It's not higher
It
than
would
you.
be, it would be visible. And that's how you would have to scan it. And if you couldn't scan it, then it would be an invisible curve. And that's all I got to say.
Well,
Okay.
no, you're
If not,
scanning,
you can. If not, you can add it up,
you're still
and it should
scanning in
be
3D.
apparent. It'll be apparent in each square fucking foot, right?
That's why. Well, the distance,
Linear, right?
the
You'd
distance.
have
Hold on.
100% fucking proof
Hold on.
if that
The
could do it,
distance.
but it can't.
Can you
Next,
stop
we got
We
talking
know
for a
this.
second?
I'm done.
Next, I got the new thing. Let me pitch this. Let me pitch this real quick. Hold on, Zanik. We'll be arguing with Zanik till the fucking cows come home. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. We say the drop is an optical thing. The Glovers say it's a physical thing, right? So here's the thing. You go up, you make a horizontal, you mark out a thing 200 meters in front of you, horizontal. Then there's a little number on the side of your tool that says the height of the crosshair from the ground, and you just made that measurement with your stake from the first point you were at. So now you're at the first point you made.
Huh?
Then you make your auto level that height. You turn it around, or you turn it around till it matches the other horizontal to make sure you're on that horizontal plane. You turn around, you're at the same height. You line it up with the last horizontal. You look forward, you make another point 200 meters in the distance, right? And then you just keep doing that, and then you just keep doing that until you're a mile, 2-3 miles out, and then you can measure that down to the water and see what
Excellent. That's what we do. That's what people have
it is.
done.
No one's ever
Deal.
done that.
Yes, it's just
Are you
a
talking
fraction. So
that?
the main
that's
surveyor did that one segment. You're saying if he did that, don't side. If you do that multiple times, they will measure this curvature. 16 arc seconds of drop over 400 yards. So that's a pretty significant drop to be measured and easy to
You
measure.
did it one time. I'm saying you got to
Yes,
do it multiple
you're saying go
times
multiple
to
times.
get
I agree.
miles.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Multiple times.
Hey, no one's ever done that.
You don't
Don't
need
act,
to. You
don't
measure it
come at
once,
me
you're
and say,
done.
yes, this is what they do.
No. They've already done it. You're saying multiply it. We're just going to see multiplication of that effort.
They've done the
It's
thing
gonna
I
see the
said.
same result. No one's ever measured 400 yards and not seen drop. No one ever.
Hey, but we're saying it's an optical thing. You guys are saying it's an actual thing.
It is an actual thing.
What's
I
so
was
funny?
walking through, understand.
That is fucking
What's
encouraging.
up? What's up, Snacks?
I just find him like outrageously funny.
What?
We measured 16 seconds of drop over 400 yards. That's funny.
He's amusing. That's all I can say. I don't think it's. I'm not offended, or I don't even feel challenged. It's
Why
just
is
I
it
find him
amusing?
amusing.
Why is
I
it
find
amusing?
you amusing. Your agitation, your all super high keyed fucking blah 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 blah. Like you're hilarious, bro. I know.
Let's
you're
not talk
hilarious.
about Xanax.
You're
We
just
all know-
denying
I'm not, dude. I'm not insulting you. I think it's like I like that you're like this, and I think it's funny. But I don't mean to
just
insult you.
frustrating. Look, I get keyed up when people just start denying reality. And it's not the reality of the Earth's shape. It's reality of these measurements that we're doing. Oh, no, that can't be done. Oh, no, this is wrong. No, no, level. I don't know what level means. I mean, it's just it's every mistake after mistake after mistake. And so the accumulation of all these mistakes gives you a mistake.
What does level mean, Zanik? What does level mean?
Orientation,
about the thing I said.
orientation perpendicular to plumb.
Sorry, were you in the middle? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Care what Xanax thinks about what I'm saying because he said it's already been done, but this has never been done. So I'm curious to what you think. What do you think, Hesley? About what I said, the measurement?
You said that the measurement has already been done over a particular area. I want to be sure what you said.
He wants to multiply.
This has never been done.
What's never been done?
Multiplying the measurement
The thing I said.
times.
Jeremy, I think I missed what you said, bro.
I know, because Xanax won't shut the fuck up. The thing the first time you take an auto level or theodolite or something, right? So this is point A. You're at point A. Make a horizontal B, like 200 meters or something in the distance, all right? Then you got your grade stick. It's marked 5 feet, whatever height you do. Bring your tool there. You don't worry about level or horizontal anymore. You lift there's the number on the side of the tool that says the height, the crosshairs will be above the ground. You got your grade stick. So you make the number, theodolite, be that high above the ground where the crosshairs are going to be. Then you make another horizontal 200 meters in the distance, and you just keep doing that same thing. You look back, check, make sure you're on the same horizontal plane. You just don't use level anymore, the level feature, just horizontal.
I think it's the same thing, bro, but Rakia would be a better guy to ask that than me, to be honest with you. Rakia, you
What
here?
do you think, DP? Rakia?
I think it's the same thing, bro. Use horizontal. It'll be the same thing, I think.
I've been in the kitchen.
I'm actually on a job site doing this shit. While y'all
There
are
you
like,
go. Here's our man.
I have a horizontal plane created. We have a string across it, and we're measuring down to the grade right now as we speak.
That's exactly what I want to do with the canal, Rakia. Exactly what you've done there. Create the horizontal plane, establish that plane, measure down from that plane to the surface of the water over a distance of 1 mile, or at a distance of 1 mile. And
Did you hear my way?
Go on.
Did you hear my way of making the horizontal though? It solves everyone's problems.
Sorry, I've been in the kitchen. I've just started doing dinner, so go on, run me through it again.
You get your theodolite or auto level or something. That's point A. You make level. You make the shit level. You make a horizontal. You got a grade stick. You mark the height. You got your height. There's a number on the side of your tool, right? That says how high the crosshairs are above the ground. You go to that spot where your grade stick was. Set the theodolite up that high. Turn around. Make sure you're on the same horizontal with the other one. The first spot. You got a stake there. And then you keep projecting that forward. That gets rid of the optical. Like we're saying, when you look out 10 miles and you see all this crazy drop, it's an optical thing, right? They're saying it's an actual thing. This way gets rid of the exponential optical effect that would be there. And their way gets rid of level because they say verticals aren't plumb.
So effectively what you're doing is you're matching the tool to the plane.
Yes. Does that sound like a good way? And then you do like 2-3 miles maybe each direction.
Yeah, it sounds like a good way of doing it, but at the end of the day, Jeremy, these tools are used for establishing and projecting that plane. I don't see what the bone of contention is in projecting the plane the way the tools are designed to be used.
Yeah, can I get in on this? Because I think Jeremy. Oh, sorry.
Globers
Sorry,
are saying your verticals change. The plumb lines aren't parallel. So if you go and you use the same plumb, they say you're just making straight line segments around a curve.
Well, if they're saying that, they're saying surveyors can't do their jobs properly. These certified surveyors that project planes day in, day out, they are now saying they can't do their jobs properly. If that horizontal plane cannot be projected, that's what they're saying. They may not be saying those words, but that's what they are implying.
I know what you're saying. That's not accurate.
You see how that?
That's not accurate. We have reciprocal zenith angles that are measured over relatively short distances.
Who told you that,
Come on,
McToon?
man. Don't
McToon.
reply to
No,
this.
I've watched the actual video of the survey being done and seeing the results
Watch the
of it
video.
in a data book.
Now you're an
I posted it in
expert.
the hey,
Fucking
talk
hell.
over me.
I'm not
Finish
That's all it
the
takes?
able to go back.
Seriously?
Is that what it takes to be an expert? Just watch a video?
Yeah.
No. Watch
According
the
to
video.
Zanuck,
The actual
I didn't know
measure
that
being
shit.
done.
I watched the video on brain surgery. Am I a brain
I'm already-
surgeon now, Zanuck?
And seeing it for myself.
Do some brain surgery
This is
on me,
what they
bro.
want. They want to.
Why are
They
you
want
talking
to
over
be
me?
able to
test it
not
on me,
talk
bro.
about
Jeremy,
topics.
this is shit
You're
show.
falling right into his trap.
Yeah, the
Go
trap
ahead,
is
argue
I
with Zanuck
talk
all
and they
day.
talk over me. That's the trap. I've seen it measured. It's not just a YouTube video. It's a measurement on YouTube showing them do the actual measurement, showing the result in a notebook that shows all the data. You can replicate it or deny it or refute it if you like, and seeing the data from Slack, where you see the non-parallel plumb lines being measured there. I mean, data is everywhere. Evidence is everywhere. You're not showing me anything other than DP. Okay, DP saying that I believe that the Earth is flat. I know for a fact. That's what he said.
When did I say I know for a fact? I do know
I
for
know
a fact,
the Earth
but
is
when did I say that
horizontally
here?
flat. You said that. Those are your words.
Yeah.
You admit
Believe
it.
what you
I got
believe
my
what you
mind.
You
want.
said I know the Earth
Anyway,
is planar.
it's planar. Yeah, it's planar in nature.
I know it's
Now-
planar, flat.
But
DP, please, I want to respond to DP from what he said 2 minutes ago. Thanks, Zanuck. Thank you.
Stop decorating his
How about
statements.
give me 5? Why don't you give me 5 minutes, Zanuck? 5 minutes.
Sure.
So, DP, I realize you're saying surveyors want to be able to do their job. However, this method would solve everyone's problem of them saying that the plumb lines aren't parallel, and our problem of it being this optical thing that happens over distance. Right?
But then you would get them arguing, have you lined the tool to the plane accurately? And how have you established whether there is a deviation of the tool from the plane, the original plane? It just presents wriggle room for them. You know, you're not using the tool in the way it's supposed to be used, and then you get this discrepancy. Is the tool at the same level as the plane? I don't know. It sounds good, Jeremy. Don't get me wrong. It sounds good, and the only way to try and see if it works is to go out there and do it.
I think I was kind of agreeing with what Jeremy was talking about, because I think something I was thinking about is similar to what Jeremy's doing. And I just thought, if you can create a straight line through 3 points, as long as you don't deviate from the first and the middle point. If you could do 3-point line segments or whatever over the course of a distance and make sure it's all lined up, you could determine this. So, and I think you could almost do it without any surveying equipment. Maybe you need the first setup would be a survey to get your level, but then the rest of it, just make sure your lining, your siding is in a straight line across 3 points.
No, you could almost do this with a camera. It'd obviously be better if you had a theodolite or something with crosshairs on it. But yeah, you could almost do this with just a camera. But
yeah,
well, as long as you're
I made my own theodolite.
I did. Why are you laughing?
Nobody's laughing at you, I don't think.
Yeah, nobody laughed. I didn't hear nobody laugh.
I did. I heard someone laugh. They guffawed.
Does everyone not believe in reciprocal zenith angles? Is that just an open question to the forum here?
No, we don't believe it, Zanuck. We don't believe
Well,
it.
what is it? Well, I can't believe or not believe in something until I know what it is. What is that?
You would take the zenith angles of two theodolites at some distance apart and see if they are parallel to each other by
Okay,
measuring
what's the
the
zenith angle? What's the zenith
What?
angle?
and a deviation from straight up with respect to the other observation point.
So you're saying that the verticals that are perpendicular to the horizontal are deviating?
Yes, the horizontals would not be parallel.
Is that the only cause?
Yes, because you can do it over multiple conditions, over water, over cement, over wherever, and you can measure reciprocal zenith angles without having to worry about over water.
Show me that video.
It's in the chat.
No, that's not a reciprocal. No. What do you mean? The one over the lake a half a mile?
No, not over the lake, over a road.
He said show a video. That's just a screenshot of something, dude.
No, it's in the.
Rocky, did you like the method I said? Did you?
I didn't.
That was a great
I didn't hear a
report.
word of it, dude. I was
There it is. There it
busy
is.
with
There it
my-
is. There it is.
Zanuck's so busy trying to detract us from this good idea.
No, I'm not. Don't be strong. Don't be gaslighting me.
He wants to argue with you about reciprocal zenith angles being plumb or not.
Yeah, they're not real. Yeah, servers don't know about that.
Really good topic.
No, this measurement isn't real because, dude, the main surveyor counted and refract. What do you see? What do you think you see when you see them not parallel, or not parallel? What do you think you see? Your
You're
theodolite.
seeing the effect of curvature on the surface.
I'm looking through the crosshairs of a theodolite. What do I see?
You see the same height object in distance lower in your field of view.
Things dropping with distance. We already know that shit happens.
No.
This thing I'm talking about
Jeremy.
is trying to solve that problem.
Jeremy, you would all agree that things at your eye level will be at eye level infinitely far away. They will not drop. Everything
drop
below
because of
you
refraction.
will come up. Everything above
drop
you will
because
come
of an
down
optical
to a
effect.
point. So you're talking
They
to me
drop
now.
because of an optical effect.
No.
No, I say yes. You say it's actually happening. I say it's not actually happening.
What's
and I
actually
have a way to
happening?
get around
Anything
it.
at eye
You wanna
level
sit here
will
and
not
argue
go
about
anywhere.
The way you already did it.
Everything at eye level will not move in your field of view. Would you agree to that? It shouldn't move anyway. There's no optical effect. Nothing should change at eye level. Infinitely far away.
The horizon appearing to rise up to your eye level.
Oh God!
is
See
an
now Rocky
optical
comes in
illusion.
obfuscate. Obfuscation.
Dude,
I'm
I
talking
opened
to
my
Jeremy.
mic and you
Hey,
started
rude boy,
talking.
rude boy. I'm talking to Jeremy.
Hey, can we get
Shut your
a
trap.
moderator in here,
I mean, I
please?
opened my mic and
Shut
started
your
talking,
trap.
and now
Talking to
Zanuck
Moderator,
hasn't shut up
please.
yet.
You
I'm
haven't
here.
said it.
I'm here. I
Projection.
wasn't listening. What happened? What happened?
I
Xanax, it's
literally
always
opened my
Xanax.
mic and he's still not shutting up. What the frick, dude?
You
It's
finish,
always
Zanuck, and then you
Xanax.
can go. You finish, and then you could go,
I
Zanuck.
don't even really remember. Oh, the horizon appearing to rise up towards your eye level in the distance is an optical illusion.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Who
It's not
put
actually.
forward that
It's not
idea?
actually rising.
Yeah, it's not actually rising. That's ridiculous. Zanuck, what are you talking about?
We know it's beneath our feet.
So and horizon doesn't rise
Yeah,
at
above
level.
your
It's always
feet.
below
I
eye
knew you'd
level.
say it.
It's always below eye level. Anyway, Jeremy, you responded to me. I know what you said, but because you were talked over by Rakia, I said that everything at eye level, no matter how far away, infinitely far away, always be
You
below
are
eye
a
level.
chill,
Yep.
man.
Here he goes again. See, the guy's got projection issues.
No, you had to say that someone else talked over someone.
Oh,
Hide the
just
fact.
shut up. Go back.
It's
Go stick a hole in
amazing.
your coat.
Guys,
Xanax
please,
addicted.
guys,
What do you
please.
want?
Zanuck, you were
Can we
supposed
do-
to be explaining to, I think, Paul what reciprocal zenith angles are and how you would use those to measure the Earth, because that was the subject.
Hello, Zanuck. Now we
Paul, do you have any more questions?
I was muted.
Paul, they
I was
take
muted. That explains
Zanuck.
it.
Yeah, it's Zanuck. It's time for a shift change, dude. Just take a break. Get Coach on here, dude.
Zanuck, so I have a question.
I was
just
asked
posted
about
a-
reciprocal zenith angles. I responded and told him what they were. Then Jeremy asked about the things rising to eye level or falling in from if they get farther away. They don't if they're at your eye level. Things below come up apparently. And that's where we fell off. That's where Rocky interrupted. Jeremy, hold on, Jeremy. Things don't rise to eye level, and if they do rise to eye level, if they're below you, that is an apparent rising in eye level due to perspective. Yes.
I've got a question for Zanuck, right? You've described what a reciprocal zenith angle is. Can you walk us through it and just inform us of how these measurements, for want of a better word, are actually taken? So step by step, can you walk us through how these reciprocal zenith angles are taken?
Yes, and I put a video and that was requested of me earlier, and I put the video in there that explains it perfectly, better than I.
I'm asking you to walk us through it, Zanuck. I can't sit and watch the video right now. I'm busy doing other stuff. So can you walk us all through, step by step, how reciprocal zenith angles are, air brackets, measured, please?
So you have your vertical plumb line, and you have another plumb line some distance away, and you measure a drop. That will give you an angle, a deviation of the plumb line from your plumb line. That
Okay, I've never
deviation
seen 'em.
is basically the reciprocal zenith angle.
So you see the other theodolite dropping in the distance.
Yes.
And
And
are
we
you
know things
measuring?
are optically dropping.
Hang on,
No,
Jeremy.
They don't when they're at eye level. And you don't have to do this over water either. You can
Are
still
you-
get a zenith. You can still get a reciprocal zenith angle by sighting the two theodolites and then measuring those difference in angles. By
Are
how
you
far
measuring?
one is below the other.
Are you measuring the angle to the plumb line, to the vertical off of the other theodolite?
Indirectly, yes, because of its drop.
How do you get that angle to something that isn't there?
Something isn't there. It has to be there. That's the only reason it would
All
be
they're seeing
deviating
is the
from.
other power through me, Zanuck. Power through me. All they're seeing is the one theodolite is lower than the other one. Seeing the optical drop the distance. That's all they're seeing, and they say plumb lines aren't parallel. I've never seen a plumb line.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're claiming to measure the angle to that plumb line.
That's never there.
Yeah.
And an angle.
You have, so here's how you do it. You have a line, like I just said, you have a line of sight to the other theodolite, okay, the station. And you measure the angle to that station, which is the same height. And you get an angle, say it's 90 degrees plus some 10 minutes or something. And then you have another angle from the other sighting of your plumb line, of your theodolite, and it measures 89 line of sight. The reciprocal zenith angle will tell you the parallelity or non-parallelity of those two plumb lines. The sum of the angles, the reciprocal zenith angles will give you the sum of the angles and show that these plumb lines are not parallel. That's how the reciprocal zenith angles actually work.
Are you taking optical drop into account when you do these measurements?
Optical drop? What do you mean optical drop?
Well, you know, things drop in the distance.
Oh my God,
Things-
that's
what I'm
the point.
saying. He's not
That's the point I'm trying to make to Jeremy, and you're compounding the issue by not understanding that. Hold on, let me finish.
All I
That
asked was
things
if
do not-
it is
hold
taken
on.
into account.
Things don't drop in the distance. If they're at eye level, they do not drop.
Well, hang on a minute.
They would not drop.
Yeah, that's not true.
That is true. If you have something at eye level and you put it infinitely far away, it'll still be at eye level if the surface is flat.
If we don't live in an atmosphere. If we didn't live in an atmosphere, what you said would be true. However, we do live in an atmosphere.
Then it
We
could
know what
rise
you
or
said
fall,
is not
depending on
true.
seeing
We know
how
what
it
you said is
looks at.
not true. Talk over me. Talk over me. I know.
Want me to, really?
Just did.
No, you're right. If we have,
I don't even think he realized he does it. I think he's
Shut up,
mental.
Raquel.
He's got unawareness issues.
I mean, I might have missed it, Zanuck. Did you say, so if I place something at a higher elevation and then take a photo of it, you're telling me that the plumb line changes as I raise something in the air and lower it and then draw an angle to it?
I'm saying if you look at something, even not on a flat surface, you sight it, and then you measure the angle to that line of sight. Then you look at the angle to the line of sight for the other object. Let's say one is above the other. We have a 90.1 degree. The other one has an 89.4 degree. The reciprocal zenith angles will tell you whether those plumb lines are parallel or not. And if they're not, that means the surface beneath it is. That means the plumb lines are not parallel.
Did you just say? Did you just say measure the angle to a line of sight?
Yes, you're sighting the theodolite in the distance.
Measure the angle to a line of sight. Are you fucking serious, Zanuck?
I'm incredibly serious.
Oh my! You're right, Rakia.
And you said surveyors would not be able to do their job, but this is how they do their job. Reciprocal zenith angles is not a foreign term to anybody knowledgeable in the field. You would sight, you'd line of sight to a theodolite. Use the crosshairs as a line of sight.
No, plumb bobs is
Democ, please. It's not your time. Just give me a second.
You don't need.
Give me a second. Jeremy, would you please do the courtesy that they do to me?
Democ, you walked all over Zanuck, to be fair. He was in the mid-sentence.
So you sight something.
You can go
line of
next.
sight.
You're next, Democ.
The crosshairs, are you paying attention, DP?
He wasn't mid-sentence. Actually, Denmark was responding.
No, he wasn't responding. I was actually explaining something to DP. He said, are you
Let's not argue about it.
Elijah's doing it.
Democ,
Jeremy,
next.
can you take control of the room, please?
Talking through me, Zanuck. I'm trying to clear the floor for you. You fucking spaz.
Jeremy.
Tell me when, Jeremy.
Democ's next. Democ's next, please, guys. Just let the longer we take with this,
Travis
the
heckling in the background.
turns can last.
I wasn't giggling. That wasn't a
We're all
giggle.
going. Travis
I didn't
giggling.
giggle.
Everyone's
I don't
Shut up,
giggle.
man,
Dude.
please. Just let Zanuck finish, guys.
I laugh like a man.
Who was it, Zanuck, that you were actually? Who had asked you the question? What are these reciprocal? Was it Paul or was it
all
Larry?
originally, then DP wanted an explanation. So let me finish the explanation real quick. It's not that complicated. I use line of sight. It means the crosshairs in the theodolite are line of sight to an object in the distance, at any distance. Let's say it's 400 yards away. I measure the angle from the line of sight, which is the angle from me to the object, that's another theodolite, and I get it relative and referencing to the plumb line. Let's say I get a large angle. Let's say I get 90.5 degrees or something. Then I get the same measurement of my line of sight from that other station to my station, which is a lesser angle, like 89.2 degrees. And then I can take the reciprocal zenith angles to find out if the plumb lines are parallel or not. And if they are not parallel, that means the surface beneath me has the plumb line. No, we can tell you.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I have a
the plumb lines
question.
would not be parallel. That can either mean there's some kind of gravitational issues, or that means the surface beneath you is curving, or it means there's some kind. Oh my God! Seriously, can I just finish the sentence?
Well, you're stringing it out so fucking much, Zanuck. You're running off in the weeds.
Because I keep on getting interrupted.
Non sequiturs.
He has been interrupted.
Because the plumb lines are not parallel.
Because Zanuck, say blueberry pancakes when you're done, so we all know you're done.
Yes, the
Mike,
plumb
check.
lines are not parallel, meaning the surface beneath us is curved. Blueberry pancakes.
Can I just make a point here, right? Zanuck has once stated that he's measuring to the sight line, and he's also the line of sight, and he's also claiming that he's measuring to the plumb, to the 90 degree. Make up your mind, Zanuck. Are you sighting to the sight line, or are you sighting the vertical?
This is DP. This is not everyone here
No,
knows the answer. And I'll explain to you real quick. Without anyone over talking, let me just
Democ
say,
is
Jeremy.
next after Zanuck. Democ's going after Zanuck.
Okay.
Whatever
So
happens
the
after
answer
this,
is
Democ's going. There's a line now. If you guys want a
DP.
one-on-one, if you guys want a one-on-one, let me know and we can make that happen. Either way, though, Democ and then Travis are going after this.
Okay. So you're giggling and laughing like I'm double speaking or something. No, We have a plumb line. Everyone in
Who
agreement.
is?
That plumb line is built into the theodolite. It understands which direction is down. It also understands where the sight line is, level. And if you so level is perpendicular to plumb. And as that sight line goes up to the object, no matter where it is on a mountaintop even, and I get an angle versus plumb, that angle I'm measuring the sight line to the other object in the distance and with reference to the plumb line. The other theodolite will do the exact same measurement. And then you'll add up those values and see, with respect to each other and their plumb lines, whether those plumb lines are parallel. And they're not. Is that clear enough for you? Blueberry
That's your claim.
pancakes.
That's your claim.
Denmark.
Yeah.
Denmark. You guys want to
Now,
watch?
now, hold on. I got it. I put a picture in the text in the back that shows you a straight line, right? I mean, just a little drawing, a straight line and then a diagonal line, right? So we have a line and a line, and they can be considered angles. And then, so we have 3 plumb bobs on that diagonal line, right? And those 3 plumb bobs are still straight with each other and parallel. Why the hell would a diagonal line make a plumb bob that goes vertical? How would that offset that at all? A diagonal line will never offset that. Only a curve. And you're not looking for a parallel. You're looking for an actual 33-degree diagonal plumb bob somewhere. Not a vertical one. Not one that just hangs straight down. That's why you're going to looky-loo wherever off in the weeds to a line of sight and whatever else. Pay attention to the plumb bob itself. That's what it's for. So if you lined 1,000 of them up all the way along the way, you're telling us that they're all going to start acting weird and making us fear towards each other? Show us that with 1,000 of them or 100. I'm done.
And at best, all Zanuck has got is a slope between his 2 theodolites. There's no curve in a
you missed the
slope.
whole thing.
There's no slope.
Hold on.
Curve in a
Travis,
slope.
slope. It doesn't matter if there's a slope or
Travis
not.
is in line, guys. Zanuck. Travis is
Yeah.
next. He was.
Okay. But he's missing.
Go ahead,
Everyone
Travis.
sees he's missing.
Okay.
Zanuck.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, here it goes. Okay, all right, Zanuck, wouldn't the reciprocal angles have to equal each other? So you said 95 for the one and 89.2. Were you just making some bullshit up? Because those don't equal each other. They would have to be equal in the opposite direction to then have the same amount of deviation that you're claiming.
Of curve too.
So were you just making numbers up? Like, then it doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
Like
he's making shit up. Yes, we already know.
I don't want you to say it. I want him to say it. Zanuck.
Zanuck, tell us you're making shit up. All right, bye.
I gave you the values. I'll do it again.
No, Zanuck, listen.
They
I
don't
gave
add
you.
up to 9. If they add, what are they going to add up to? What does the reciprocal
Zanuck.
mean, Travis?
Zanuck.
You know what it means?
Zanuck, I'm saying your name. If I said your name, you'd stop talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You said if you take one angle and it's greater, it's 95, and then you take the other one, it's 89.2. Those don't match.
Well, that would be more proof that they wouldn't be parallel. But no, the actual number is not 90.
No,
not 95. 90
no,
point,
that's not what
90.
that means.
I'll give you the actual number. Let me give the actual number. 90 degrees, 10 minutes, 48 seconds. And the other angle is 89 degrees, 49 minutes, 30 seconds.
Put that in the chat.
You add
please.
those, you
Put that in
do
the
the
chat.
reciprocal zenith angles and see if those plumb lines are parallel. You're trying to catch me in something, and you're going to lose because I actually have the data and I understand it.
Zanuck, I'm not trying to catch you. I'm trying to hold you to your word. Please just put those values. Please just put those values in the chat.
I just told it to 90, 10, 48, 89, 49, 30.
Wait. Shush. I wasn't ready. 90, 10, 48.
90, 10, 48.
And then what?
89, 49, 30.
Yeah, those don't match.
That's why. Bingo! You figured it out. The plumb lines are not parallel.
No, that's not what that means.
It just it is what it means, dude. Come on. You think I don't know this shit?
What are they? What's the 90, 10, 48 deviating from? 95? Or I'm sorry, 90,
deviating from
90
line
degrees?
of sight to the other theodolite.
No. But is it a positive? Is the 1048 positive or negative?
It's 90. It's an angle greater than 90 degrees by 10
So it's
minutes
hot.
and 48 seconds.
Right. So then that would be up, right? It would be up. Because the other one's the 89, which was lower. So you've got 90, right? 90, right?
This is a deviation from each theodolite to the line of sight to the other theodolite.
Okay,
So the
here's-
first one, one has it's down. You're wrong. It's down, not up. You don't even understand basic geometry, Travis, and you're trying to
That's why
call me
I'm
out.
asking. That's why I'm asking questions, Zanuck.
Okay, then I'll take it back a notch. Thank you. So the plumb line versus the level gives you an angle of 90 degrees, 10 minutes, 48 seconds. That's a greater angle than 90.
Is that an overshot? Is that an overshot or an undershot?
No, that shows that we're lining up the theodolite in the distance.
Is it higher or lower?
It is lower.
Okay.
Then we have the other plumb line and line of sight to be 89.49, 49 minutes, 30 seconds.
So then that's higher.
The sum of the angles is what? 180
No,
and 18
Zanuck.
seconds.
Listen, man.
The reciprocal
you
zenith
have-
angles are the sum of the angles. You add them together. If they don't equal 180, the plumb lines are not parallel. Do they
Okay.
equal 180? Doesn't matter where they are. Doesn't matter if you're looking up or down. You're not getting it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's
Some
fine
of the
if I'm
angles,
not.
you got to add them together. They got to equal 180.
Stop.
Got it?
Stop. I'm not ready for the adding together yet. I'm not ready for that part
Okay,
yet.
all right.
Okay, listen. We're talking about 90, right? 90 is the base, right? 90 is the base, right?
What do you mean 90 is the base? What does that mean? 90 is
That's
the
where
base.
you. Well, what's the 10? The 1048 is over 90, right? And the 89, 49. Hold on. Let me start over again. The 1048 is in addition to 90. 90.10.48. That is technically on its way to being 91. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that to me says higher. And then you've got 89. Hold on, please hold on, please. Then you have 89.49, which is less than 90, so that means it's going lower. So if you have a line straight across, which is your horizontal, the point 10 is above the line, the 89 is below. Am I incorrect?
The point 10 is below the line.
No, that's not what I said.
Dude, it's
If
not that
you-
hard. It's
Yeah,
an angle
yeah,
to the
trust
object in the
me.
distance.
Trust me, it shouldn't be. Draw a line on a piece of paper right now, just a small line. The 90.10.48 is going to go above the line at whatever angle you want to, represent that value. And then
No,
when
the
you're
line
ready,
of sight,
Shush,
the line, see,
shush,
For someone
please,
who
I'm
doesn't
not done.
understand, you sure yell a lot.
I'm not
I'm
done.
not yelling.
No, not you, Zanuck. The other guy's yelling. He claims he doesn't
I know,
understand,
you-
then yell.
Okay, can we get Smooth muted, please? I don't need
Let
him in this
Travis
conversation.
finish, guys.
Okay,
Please. Travis,
look,
why don't you give Zanuck why don't you give Zanuck and Travis like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes? guys?
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm trying to understand what he's saying, right? So in my mind, I'm drawing a straight line from one theodolite to the other. That's like the horizontal. Now, when he tells me that there's a value of 90.10.48, that's higher. That's an overshot. And then the other one is 89.49.38. That's lower. That's an undershot. They're going in two different directions.
Well, yes, because you made the mistake from the very first word, the horizontal. They're not. It's not a horizontal.
When you connect two verticals that are the same height, you got a horizontal. Am I wrong?
That's where That's where you're making your mistake. The only thing we know about is the plumb line. The only thing we know right now, and we're measuring the line of sight, which is not a horizontal. It's just that we don't know if it's a horizontal. We can determine if it's a horizontal. If it was a horizontal, then all would be perpendicular to the plumb lines, and they're not. So the line of sight is not a horizontal. So stop saying that.
Oh, okay. So look,
There's a
when you-
horizontal line. There's a horizontal line at each station, but that would be level.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to draw on my piece of paper orthographically. Orthographically, they are at the same elevation, correct?
No, not necessarily. They don't have to
How
be at
can-
all.
Wait. You're going to try to shoot a line of sight to another theodolite that might not be at the same elevation as you?
Correct. You don't think that's possible? You don't think surveyors work on any other surface but a canal of water? No, they work on dirt and things that are uneven landscaping. This is why you use reciprocal zenith angles. Is the whole purpose of why I brought it up. Reciprocal zenith angles tells you whether those plumb lines are parallel or not. It's regardless of the height and elevation of the objects.
No, okay, this might be on me, and I'll back out after this. I thought from an earlier statement by you describing the setup, I thought you gave them equal elevation. If I was wrong on that, then I'll back off.
No, that makes sense, and I definitely understand your not confusion. That's not confusion. You're correct. You're correct in my first statement because we're looking at two theodolites the same height across a body of water where one was sighting down. If we sighted them directly, then we would see the non-parallel lines based on the reciprocal zenith angles. But I made the point of saying we can infer that there are not the reciprocal zenith angles are not adding up to 180 because these are sighted different heights at level, so deviating from level. So there's two different scenarios.
The next time you do this, just in case, Zanuck, just put this note in your back pocket. The next time you do this, give us the elevation of both of these stations, please. Thank you.
Okay. So anyway, that's how we get the reciprocal zenith angles to add up to not to be 180 by measuring the line of sight to both stations and then measure the angles versus plumb on each station, add the angles up, and if they add up greater than 180, then we know they're not, the plumb lines are not parallel.
How did you know both stations were at the same height, Stanek?
Bandsaw, did you hear what I said earlier about how we make this horizontal?
No, I just tuned in, mate.
All right. Well, when you're done playing with Zanuck, I'll tell you.
All right.
What'd you say? How do you
Come on, don't play with your food, guys.
Bandsaw, what'd you ask me?
Everyone else is playing. My turn to play. How did you establish?
Bandsaw, what did you say?
I'm telling you, if you let me listen, Zanuck. All right. If you listen. All right. How
Trying
did you
to.
establish? Anyway, Jeremy, go on.
Bandsaw, I really want to know what you said. Everyone was talking over you.
No. You interrupted me. I'm not going to engage. So anyway, go on, Jeremy.
Bandsaw, you said they're not level or they are the same
Zanuck,
height.
did you hear me? You interrupted me. I'm not going to engage.
You know I'm
not going to
frustrated.
engage. Quit it. Thank you, Jeremy. Go on.
He's trying to not let me get this out. Like I've been trying to go over this for a while. He wants to argue about the same old bullshit. Anyways, here's what you do. You make your horizontal, right? You go to spot A. We're at spot A. You make a horizontal line. You got your grade stick. You put your grade stick out 200 meters, let's say. Now you've got spot A marked out for however high you were, and you got spot B marked out for however high you are. You go to spot B. You look back. You don't use level anymore. Forget about the level thing. Now we're just keeping the horizontal. So you line your shit up you know how high you were. You line your shit up in the back with the back one, spot A. And now you look forward and just make a spot C because you were at B. You know, you make a spot C and you just project it forward. It's kind of like the thing I was talking about with making 3 points and then going to the first one. Except with this, you just keep the height because you have your height on the grade stick and there's a little thing on the tool that tells you how high the crosshairs are off the ground.
Yeah.
So you make that the same. You make your tool the same height as what you have marked out, and then you should be able to project the horizontal. Now there might appear to be a little drop. Because let's say it's an optical thing. Let's say this drop is optical and it's not actually Earth curve. So you're going to get, I think 200 meters is like 3 millimeters a drop or something, right? So you're going to get every time you do this, you're going to get 3 millimeters, 3 millimeters, 3 millimeters. So at the end, you might end up with like a few inches depending on how far you go. But it's not going to be any. But we're getting rid of the exponential effect the exponential optical effect. You know what I'm saying?
So
I do, but you might need to elaborate.
So you're going to override the tool itself being the auto level, because the auto level establishes plumb and establishes a horizontal line. So you were going to override that and then adjust it. So you're looking at the marks that you've made from the initial horizontal line that that tool has made. Yes?
Yeah, I think you use a theodolite for this. You use something where you can turn it. Where you can turn it like 360, and you have your horizontal set from the first one, so you never even change that. Like, you just don't worry about level. You just,
I get what you're saying. So you're going to override the horizontal that the tool makes naturally by itself, because that's what the tools are built to do. They're built to establish a horizontal line from that point that you are working from. So then once you move that tool, right, that tool, when you move it to point B, it will establish another horizontal plane, okay? But you are going to raise that tool so the crosshairs are at the same mark, right? Then you are going to swing it round 180 degrees, point it at the original mark.
make sure we're lined up.
Yeah, adjust it appropriately so now your crosshairs line up with the first mark, and then project it to a third point, point C, and continue to
Well, there's
do
no
this.
there's no adjusting, because you're thinking only swing back and forth. You have it set. You have your horizontal set on the tool, right? So it can only swing back and forth. So you just make it the same height. You look back, make sure you're on your the first mark you made, and you're good. And you just keep doing that, leapfrogging that. That gets rid of the problem of the Glober saying plumb lines aren't parallel, and us saying it's an optical effect.
Okay, but how do you override the fact that, okay, so you move your tool to station B. So from station A, you've made your two points, point B and point B1 on the opposite side of point A. Okay, so now you've moved your tool. Okay, so now your tool, right, is going to automatically create another horizontal plane. Right,
Nah, you don't use the auto. You don't use an auto level. Use a theodolite or something where your shit's set, and you can.
This is what I'm saying. So you're overall, so you're only lining up the marks itself. So the only time that you use plumb is at the first point. Yes.
Yeah. And you would project that both ways, obviously, east and west or north, south, whatever.
Okay. Well.
Does that sound like a good like compromise to get rid of the Glober's problems of them saying we're just making this segmented curve, straight line curve path over a globe, and it gets rid of our problem saying it's an optical thing?
Well, look, now you're relying purely on optics, 100% on optics and human error. You're not relying on what, in my opinion, what the tool actually does.
It can keep the horizontal. It keeps a horizontal path, right? The tool. You keep a horizontal between those 2 points. We're just extending it. I mean, I know that's not how the tool works and shit, but it worked two targets up. Moyak's working on a diagram.
Oh, he's working on it. Well, Moyak wants to use stars to make a horizontal
No,
line.
forget the stars. Forget the stars.
Well,
I'm glad.
Because we're seeing, like with B-Ball, you know, B-Ball shows his picture and it looks like the 10th floor is hiding under the water.
Yeah.
That's like an exponential thing. If you go 200 meters, and even with the optical effect, it's 3 millimeters of drop. If that happens every time over a flat Earth, at the end of like 3 miles, you're only going to have 6 inches of drop. However, there should be 3 feet of drop on a globe. You feel me?
Well, yeah. Well, firstly, you'd want to be going way less than 200 meters. 50 meters to 100 meters maximum is number 1 point. You wouldn't want to be going.
I don't think it really matters because you're getting rid of the exponent. This whole thing's about getting rid of the exponential long distance factor, right? So if we could do that, I mean, I don't think it would matter if you went 10 miles or 5 miles with your first shot. Oh shit! I shouldn't.
I don't know. I think the longer you go, the greater your error, personally. But that's my opinion on it.
I don't know why Moyak said we had to go 200 meters. I don't think it really matters, though, if you even went 400 meters. As long as you do the same segment every time. Flat Earth.
This is my limitation of knowing the exact capabilities.
Your exponential drop.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
hear
you
ya.
were talking right over.
Okay.
You were talking right over the top of
yeah,
the
my understanding of how it works, 200 meters just gives me a really solid number that I can work with. It gives me a nice 3 millimeter change deviation, assuming globe. If you get much less distance, your change is going to be, I think, a little bit more questionable. But as Zanuck was describing, you're getting over, what was it? Over 100 yards, you're able to get, no, over 400 yards, you're able to get 16 arc seconds.
Yep, 16 arc seconds.
What is a, it's always arc seconds. And that's why my question came up earlier of what an arc second is in at a given distance. So like at 100 meters, what is the precision of my measurement? I know I got a third of an arc second is the full precision that I can get, but what does that equate to in an actual real-time measurement?
So let me get this right. You do it in 200 meters because the mathematics is easier.
The effect is more demonstrative.
You're
I've
after accuracy, aren't you?
I've just posted the
accuracy is
Ruith
about
drop
1 arc
numbers in the chat, and it gives you up to, what's that, 200.9 millimeters distance. So 100 meter increments.
100 meter increments.
Yeah.
The effect should be the same everywhere, no matter what.
The effect will
How
be, but the
comfortable-
measurability of it will be less.
How comfortable would you be going with a theodolite or something, BP?
Sorry?
Does 200 meters not sound okay as long as we keep doing that same thing over and over again?
I'd rather go with an auto level and keep it within the 100 meters.
Auto level is a useless tool. You wouldn't want to use an auto level.
Yeah, don't use one of those. They're too accurate for you.
Yeah.
The auto level is a useless tool. You can't tell. You can't aim at the second position, or you can't aim back to the first position.
Right. The auto level.
You actually have to. You have
you
to.
don't
In order to
wanna-
continue the line, you have to actually change your observation point to the exact angle back to the original site.
Theodolite would be better for sure.
Can I jump in?
Oh, are we talking about extending your plane your way, Jeremy? Sorry, I've stepped out for a little while.
Yes,
So.
it's actually my way.
Moyak came up with this, yeah.
All right.
You get
Can I
5% credit.
Can I jump in for a second?
Right, well, I've not been here for about a quarter of an hour, so my apologies. I thought you were
Jeremy
talking about...
Jeremy presented it.
Go ahead, Bob.
Can I have a potential problem with using a plumb bob? I posted a video that's this is from the globe Earth perspective. Those are gravitational measurements, I guess, on the Earth. And these are, I think, done with a plumb bob, from what I gather, which means if the gravitational field is different or off slightly in the area you're at, you could actually almost measure a concaveness just from using the plumb bob, depending on the.
We're only using a plumb bob.
Great point, Paul. That's a very good
We're only
point.
using a plumb bob. Hold on, Zanuck. Jesus Christ, man. Can you fucking relax? We're only using a plumb bob at one point, the first point, to get our level.
No, that's what I said originally, but I'm talking about going back to what Zanuck was talking about earlier about the zenith angles. That would throw his zenith angles off.
Oh, you want
Because
to
what
play
if
with
it's
Zanuck?
less?
All right, go ahead.
No, I was just saying if it's less than 180 degrees, that means you got concaveness going on. So anyway, just a point. Okay, you guys continue. I agree. I think where Jeremy's going and the way I was thinking are similar. So I think that's a good way to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really see a problem with the way Moyak proposed. I think
bet we
that's
can
good.
go-
It's kind of what I was talking about with making 3 points, except his is just a little variation on that.
Well, then do it.
You got to get one of these theodolite guys. Who's got a theodolite?
You can make one.
You
Make
know
one out of a
what, guys?
bubble.
Just have
No,
a
you
surveil.
can't. You can't make one.
Just have a
Fuck you,
surveil.
man.
Get a
Get six
level.
surveyors,
Put a level, a long
create a
level.
horizontal line, and compare them. Job done.
You could make a very long, like a carpenter's level, along with the 5 foot long levels, and you could weld some little structure on it with little hash marks, and you could probably get a pretty good indication of where you are.
This can be done by our own people. I mean, I don't want to say easy because I don't know how long it would take. But
your own
probably like within a day to go 2-3 miles.
Paul made the
I
most.
feel like you need to go like 2 or 3 miles. You need to go in both directions first of all, so you know your shit's symmetrical.
Where's that
So
going
you
to
can't-
lead, Jeremy? Doing it with your own people.
Well, if we have like Brachia and Bev do it or something, and then Larry
The
and
only way to, in my opinion, Jeremy, the only way to do it is to do it with independent people that will sign off on the work. That's the only way to do it.
I feel like both our peoples, though, if they use this method, should come up with somewhat close to the same results. So if the methodology, like if everyone's cool with the methodology, it's not really going to matter who does it. I mean, yes, we'd want both sides to do it, multiple people on both sides, but I feel like as long as the methodology is good, we should be good. They're going to get the same results, give or take. Somebody might be off a little bit, but
Well, Jeremy, at the end of the day, I'm having enough of a job trying to get them to agree on how to establish a horizontal plane and extend that plane.
That's what we're talking about right now.
this is it. Right?
Try and keep up.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had stepped out for 10-15 minutes, so apologies if I'm a little bit behind the conversation.
Zanuck, it's fine. Zanuck, you agree this is a good way to extend a horizontal plane the way me and Moyak did?
Yeah, that would be.
Who doesn't think this is a good way to extend a horizontal plane? How about that?
I don't.
Because you think there's, yeah.
I don't.
I don't
There is
agree
a
as well.
I don't at all.
I had an answer for Moyak.
No, I think there's
You know what?
wiggle room. So
You know why? No one's gonna accept the other side's thing. So, Ansar's correct. If you want to do this, you gotta go independent, in my
I got
opinion.
an answer for Moyak.
Yeah.
Moyak, you were looking at the accuracy at 400 yards?
Yes.
Okay. So if you wanted to go through the math on, all you gotta do is you can trig it out, and I did that. So if you had a 0.25 of a foot, that's times 4 inches. So it's like 1 or 2 inches for like 10 or 15 seconds. So a quarter foot over 400 yards. You just take the quarter foot divided by the 1,200 feet, and you get 0.01 degrees, and then you can figure out how much that would be. About 45 arc seconds. So our measurements are into 6. That's for a quarter of a foot off. So at 45 arc second would be a quarter of a foot. But
now, is a quarter of a foot a reasonable measurement at that distance? Yeah. Or like I said, when you come back to 100 yards, which is where a lot of the flat earthers are arguing that the theodolite is no longer, or is at the extreme extent of its capability, which I disagree with. But we're giving the information for them, so let's use their rule.
Yeah, quarter foot is 3 inches. So we're looking at 3 inches if it's off by 0.01 degrees or whatever. But we're looking at something that's an order, not an order of magnitude, but 45 arc seconds down to 16 arc, so like less than half of that. And then the accuracy is 1 arc second. So it's well within the accuracy of the theodolites to be able to detect that, inch, half an inch.
Can I ask a quick question? Moyak, you said when you established the first point,
Yeah.
And then you move the, was that Moya?
Yeah.
When you establish the first point and you move your theodolite, you're saying
Mhm.
you have to change the angle to hit that point, that first point?
Yes. When you go to station 2 at 200 meters, you should be looking back in order to let's intercept the exact point where the lens was or where the crosshair was. You should have to look down 3 millimeters.
Then that's
For
not
the first
establishing a,
step.
that's not extending a straight line segment then.
Oh, it is. Because what happens is I've taken my first segment. I take my measurement to the pole and the distance to station 2. Station 2, I find that the intercept was 3 millimeters higher. The intercept was above the mark slightly. So when I go out to that point and I measure back along that same straight line to the original point, that will be the downhill measurement by 3 millimeters. So I basically am now looking down the exact same line.
The only reason you the only reason you change like in differential leveling, that's because the ground that you're setting your equipment on is different elevations. So your measurements are going to be plus or minus, and you just add or subtract to the first measurement you got to get the straight line segment differential. It's not because your machine is at a different angle.
Well,
Who just laughed at that? That's what I want.
because it's going to be relative to plumb. You'll get reciprocals anyway.
Yeah, but it's not. Differential leveling has nothing to do with an angle measurement.
I'm not measuring an angle. I'm continuing an angle. I'm continuing a line.
There is no angle in a horizontal.
There is apparently, and that's what we're trying to determine. That's what I came up with a method I came up with a method that will allow us to isolate whether the Earth is curved or not curved, and eliminate the gravitational vector from that measurement.
If you start off with gravitational vectors and angles of horizontal lines, straight line segments, then you haven't come up with nothing.
I have eliminated the gravitational vector from the measurement.
If you include an
That's the point of what I'm
angle,
doing.
if you include an angle change in your equipment once you move it to extend that horizontal, then you're starting off flawed. Sorry, because a horizontal, when you establish it, if it is on a curved surface, should get higher and higher and higher above that surface as you extend it out.
Exactly, and that's what you will get.
But you're not changing the angle of anything.
Let me continue with my what I was doing. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Well, Moyak, have you got a way to like write it out or draw it out on the piece of paper describing what you're doing?
Yes.
It might be easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you set a theodolite so it can just swivel back and forth 180?
Yes.
All right, that's all we need. That's all we need to do right there.
I look back to the original position, and then I turn it around, and I continue on to the next position.
Are you doing this on water?
Point 2.
Are you doing this on top of water?
Really,
if you do it on ground, where the ground changes elevation, then you take an angle measurement back to your point and try and establish a horizontal that way, you're gonna have a roller coaster.
Actually, you don't even need to worry about the ground level much. I mean, it can't be
much.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Dude, you can't be serious, right?
Racket, they don't have a clue what they're on about, bro. Like,
Are you serious?
For real. What the fuck are they doing?
Honestly, like,
If you let me finish a fucking sentence, you would understand.
Why don't Moyak and
Because you're an incompetent asshole who's a boorish motherfucker.
Wow, there we go.
That's mean spirited.
Whiny baby fucking women calling over here.
Yeah, let's call names one at a time. One at a time, guys. Call each
I
other
was
names.
talking, alright, and this was the first time I've spoken, and don't make out I'm talking over everyone and disrupting this whole conversation.
I haven't said anything.
You're not spoken in, I said Moyak, not Zanik. I don't know
Moyak,
what
I got the numbers in the chat for you.
The height of the
over 400 yards. That they are 17 arc seconds for. It's about what is that? A tenth of a foot. What is that? About 1.5 inches. That's what we're seeing as far as deviation. If you don't think we can do that over 400 yards with a theodolite, I think you're mistaken.
Right, 200 yards was a tenth of a foot.
Oh, 200 yards. So I did 400 yards. Sorry.
And 200 yards, I got 0.12 inches.
So, Moyoc, can I just catch up here then? You're saying that there is an angular deviation in the horizontal when you move that horizontal?
Yes.
They don't realize that the horizontal is the orientation perpendicular to plumb at each point. That's the problem they're running into.
So there's
Now,
no
the beauty
such
of-
thing,
the beauty of
there's
this-
no such thing as an extendable horizontal plane to you then?
That's true.
No, there is. That's level. Moyak. He means is that
Yeah.
level at a point.
No.
perpendicular plumb Is
No,
a,
not
is an
your
extendable
not your
horizontal plane.
definition, not your definition of level.
That is a definition.
Nick,
It's all-
I'm
everyone's
talking
very
about a horizontal plane. Once you've established that horizontal plane, from what Moyoc is saying, because there's an angular deviation once you move your tool, from what Moyoc is saying, that horizontal plane is not extendable.
You can extend it. It'll just
Let
gain altitude.
Moyoc speak for himself.
I can talk too.
It's directed at
Pictures in
Moyoc.
the chat. Check the chat out,
Let
GP.
Moyoc speak for himself. It's him that made the claim that there's an angular deviation from the horizontal once you move the tool. So, QED, he is saying that that horizontal plane, as established at the origin point, is not extendable.
Yes, horizontal is only on Earth, on the globe model. Horizontal is a point-specific thing. It is only horizontal with reference to one point on Earth at any given time. Any other point has a different horizontal.
But I'm talking about extending the plane, Moyoc. I'm not bothered about what's
tangent.
underneath it. I don't care what.
That's why I was helping Moyak. Yes, you extend that level out in the distance, and it rises in elevation above the surface.
Right, so you can. So now you can extend the
Of
horizontal
course
plane.
you can. It's called level. An orientation perpendicular to plumb. That is a plane.
It's a level.
Plane, flat plane in the distance. It will not be this parallel to any other horizontal on the surface.
You just said it's level.
It's level, yes.
Yeah, a horizontal plane is level.
No, at
And
that one
it's not-
point. Oh my God!
He's gonna-
at one
he's
point.
gonna
You're
agree
talking like
that it
Bev-
means curve.
This is basically Bev dot.
It's level. It's level only at the tangent.
We're trying to, what this test is supposed to do is isolate that. And I just posted the picture, the images that I think are pertinent to what we're talking about. This is, close enough measurements or calculations. I don't describe how I came up with my calculations, they're pretty ugly. But this is the proposed methodology that I have for doing this. And repeat it for as many stations as you want.
So you can
You'll
extend that
notice
horizontal plane.
you can extend the original line that you had. It will no longer be horizontal at any other point along that.
But that's your claim.
Yes, and that's what we're trying to isolate. If it comes out horizontal or at a given, assuming that you made a mistake in your first measurement and you carried that error off, then it would come up as a diagonal. This will come up according to if you look at my picture of the sphere. If you look at my picture of what it looks like on flat Earth, it would come up. The measurement should continue to progressively get worse as long as you follow this methodology, which would indicate that it's a curved surface.
But
which I'll
once
show
you
with a curved line.
once you establish horizontal and you extend that horizontal, it remains horizontal.
No.
Yes.
And that's what we're
that,
testing.
that is a proven fact, Moyoc.
No. That's the whole point of this test is to discern whether that is the case. You might be right. You may absolutely be right.
Now you're saying again. Now you're saying again that there is an angular change in the horizontal when you project that horizontal.
Well, look at the round object. Is there a angular change as that goes over the round object?
Round object. What are you talking about?
I posted 2 images at.
Oh, you've scribbled a circle on a
29.
piece of paper and then done a. Is that a tangent? No, it's not a tangent because it's not even touching the circle. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, it's 6 feet above the surface.
Right, it's above the surface, so it's a line in free space above the surface, right? And you're telling me that
You want me to move it down an eighth of an inch? Will that help?
you're telling me that you project that line in free space that you're claiming is horizontal, and it no longer becomes horizontal.
Yeah, it's horizontal at station 1.
From another
But you-
point. From another point.
You're
missing
projecting the same line, Moyok,
No, it's not the
in
same line.
the
It's
same
different line.
plane.
Is that the same line? Look at it.
But this is what I'm asking you. The
I'm
line,
asking you now.
the
is that line?
horizontal that we are projecting is the same line, no? Has to be the same
Sure.
line if it's in the same plane,
Sure.
which remains horizontal throughout the length of the line in that plane. Sorry, I
It does
didn't
not
catch
remain. It does not remain horizontal throughout the length of that plane.
that. Is it in the same plane?
Yes.
And do planes bend, Moyok?
Nope.
No, so it has to be
Surface is
in the same
surface is depending
plane.
away from a plane.
It's a different
Well, no,
line.
surface
It
is-
has to
Why
be
not?
in the same. He just said it's the same line,
No,
Zanuck.
it's
So
not.
shut the fuck
It's a
up.
different line from a different point. Every horizontal that's level is different at different
But
points.
we're
on the
projecting
picture.
this is the point you're missing, Zanuck. We're projecting the line in the same plane.
As plane of what?
Moyok's telling us that that line is no longer horizontal in the same plane when it's
not-
projected
I
in the
understand
same
what
plane.
I understand what you're asking. The horizontal that starts at some point is a plane and is extended out in the distance. Now it rises above the surface in my world, in my understanding, but you're not asking him that. He's not responding to that either. He's talking about a different horizontal from a different spot, which is a different horizontal altogether. They're not
It's in the
parallel.
same plane, Zanuck. He's saying it's in the same plane.
He's not. He didn't mean that.
Well, this is what we're asking, Zanuck. So why the fuck are you talking?
Because I don't think he understood what you were asking. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Just
So
make
you're asking me if it's the same plane. I think that plane extends off into infinity. So that plane is uniform, but it is no longer horizontal as you measure it from the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's your claim. But all we're talking
That's what
about,
this is
all we're talking about, is extending the line in that plane. And you have told us that it isn't in that plane, but it's in the same plane. Planes don't bend. So
All right,
what the
without-
fuck is going on in your head, Moyok?
Without trying to play Bev-tardism and trying to actually understand what's being said.
Keep on with your bombs. Keep on with your bombs. They only
Why is
reflect
that allowed?
you.
Yo, are you still here to mute me? Why is that allowed to call someone a bevtard?
I did not call him a Bev-tard. I said that I made fun of
Who
Bev.
you call a Bevtard, right? Just enough. Stop antagonising. Right?
Hey,
I'm going to
okay.
start to micromanage everyone. Right? You don't want to be micromanaged at all.
Okay.
I volunteer to be
Oh.
micromanaged.
Okay, so
Me
is
too.
in the image that is presented there, is that line that runs across from left to right a line or a line segment?
Is that for me?
Yes.
What am I looking at?
The circle and then the little flat section. They say flat Earth and globe Earth. Or they say flat and globe.
Oh, your scribblings on a piece of paper. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Yes,
So the
my
question-
scribblings on a piece of
so-
paper, yes.
Say again.
So, is that thing, that black thing above the circle that goes left to right, is that a line or a line segment?
Looks like one.
Looks like one. Okay, if you were to measure from the normal on the Earth to that, would the angle change as you went along that line segment?
You want me to step into your make-believe world?
I want you to answer the question. This is not make-believe. This is just a shape.
All I'm asking is about the plane projected and whether that line stays within the plane. I don't know why you're dancing around, Mark.
I think you're being argumentative and not answering the question, so I guess I'm done with you.
Well, you're the one that's not answering the original question, Moyok. You have stated more than once that that line remains within the plane doesn't bend, and yet there is an angular deviation in that line.
normal to the earth, normal to the surface.
Well, a horizontal doesn't care about what's on underneath it, Moyok. When will you learn that?
Horizontal is determined at when you do it on the surface of the earth, right? Whether it's flat or round, you determine that on the ground, right?
Absolutely, but it doesn't care what's happening underneath it.
Maybe it does. That's what this test is about.
It doesn't. It's a geometric principle. A horizontal plane projected at any distance will be a horizontal plane. You have a line in that plane, it will not deviate from that plane
Moyok,
in any
you're not
direction.
listening to him. He's right.
Piece
You're
of
absolutely
data.
right, DP. The line is straight. It goes off in infinity, as Moyok even agreed to. He's talking about something different than you're talking about. Hold on. Let me just mediate. It's funny that I have to mediate here, but anyway, the line goes on forever. You're right. It's a horizontal plane. It does not deviate. It does not curve. But with respect to another point in the distance, that horizontal is not the same horizontal you would establish, keyword, establish there based on level, perpendicular to plumb. So there's
now
two
you're-
horizontals now. One
now
at one
you're-
point.
yeah.
Hold on, let me just finish. Let me cut it. I don't. This is painful listening to you
It's
argue.
not
I
like
get
a
both your
favorite
points.
movement.
It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. Just you guys are talking past each other. Let me finish real quick. Last sentence. So the horizontal that Moyok established does go out, as you say, into infinity, flat, never deviating. The other horizontal at another point is also flat and never deviating, and is a horizontal, but they're not parallel. They're not the same horizontal. And
Okay.
that's where the impasse is.
All
Okay.
right, all right,
Thank
Zanik,
you.
we get it. We get it, Zanik.
I don't think so. Because you were
So
thinking
Hold
that
on,
what you are
he said
saying,
first.
Zanik,
let him go. Let DP go, and then I'm after DP.
what you are saying, Zanik, I'm not putting words in your mouth here, but my interpretation of what you are saying is that there is an angle of intersection between two horizontal planes. Am I right?
Yep. That's what he said.
Deviation of the
Yes,
two
there will be
lines.
an angle of intersection of two horizontal planes. Correct.
Horizontal.
Finally, we got it.
And to establish that angle, you would need a third horizontal plane as a reference plane.
Yep. You would.
Why?
Why not?
Well, how do you know? How do you know which one is horizontal if they're both intersecting at an angle? You would need to establish yet another horizontal to establish the angle of intersection between those two intersecting horizontals.
I suppose you could make a third.
If they cross over.
Oh my God, he's asking me. Let me speak.
If the two lines cross over with one another.
Where is he talking?
If
It was to me.
the two lines cross over with one another, you wouldn't need
Correct,
it.
crackhead. Come on.
Fuck you.
So no, you could have one, but you wouldn't need. All you need to do is reference them from each other. You know the horizontal is out straight. You know the second horizontal is out straight. They're not. They're intersecting at a point because they're not parallel. You can measure
This is
that by
ridiculous.
the lines.
You've got
It's not
two
ridiculous.
lines. You've got two lines that you are claiming are horizontal that intersect with each other. Now, how do you measure that intersection angle from horizontal if those two lines that are intersecting you are claiming are both horizontal?
One way to do that would be to take a step back and do reciprocal zenith angles. That'd be an easy way to do it.
Hands off, all yours.
He's not on about like starting a point off and continue. He's literally talking about just setting a fucking angle, setting a horizontal, leaving that in the 3D imaginary space in which it is in his mind, and then doing one next to it, and then them two lines effectively crossing over one another because in his mind they're both horizontal, perpendicular to plumb. He doesn't think about a plane of horizontal that's planar in nature. He's not thinking like that at all. He's thinking about individual instances where he sets something perpendicular to plumb as horizontal. It's clear in what he's stating.
Okay, so go ahead, Mansour.
Thank you, Moyok. This idea that you have proposed. Do you know the practical implications of what you are proposing?
Not entirely. No, I haven't done it.
Okay. Well, just think it out. All right. You're going to create your first horizontal plane.
Yep.
Right. Then you are going to move your tool. right? And you're going to move your tool however many times, a dozen, 20 times, right? Now, just to be able to set your sight at the same level every single time, so it's millimeter perfect, right? Because this is what you've got to do. It's got to be millimeter perfect. The micro adjustments of having to do that is impractical.
He said he's just changing the angle. That's what I was saying. It would be hard.
No, they're talking about, from what I can gather, Rakia, they're talking about initially creating one horizontal plane. So you have your tool in the center, right? You shoot 200 yards to the left, 200 yards to the right. Then you move your tool to that first point. You raise your tool to, so the mark, right, the crosshairs is at the same level every single time. So you've got to raise your tool and you've got to marry it up to that mark.
Wow, that's even worse.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying, Rakia. Like,
What was the changing of the angle? Like they were saying they need to use the theodolite so they can move point it up or down, to change the angle.
Yep.
Yeah, he's saying yep. See?
Yeah.
I'm doing it all to optical phase. What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Y'all know that there's a trick. There are definite ways to.
Someone's fucking snow busting over here.
Yeah, it's probably Xanax. You know there's. Sorry about that. There's methods. First of all, these tools are created to create straight line segments, and there's specific methods that have been derived over however long surveying's been a thing to establish a horizontal and then to extend that straight line segment, horizontal plane, into any direction for any distance, and none of which have to do with changing an angle or setting your equipment up at the same exact. I mean, that's impossible.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's impossible. Okay, but it's very impractical.
Okay, why isn't it? What height? What is my precision of setting the height of a theodolite? What is the maximum precision I can get with setting the height of a theodolite?
You're not talking about setting it. You're talking about resetting it.
I'm asking you a question. Yes, I moved it to the location.
Yeah, and I'm trying to answer in the way that I know best while you interrupted me. Yeah. You're talking about resetting an instrument up at the same horizontal where your crosshairs line up with your original horizontal line that you established over and over again repetitively. I would say no one does that, first of all, and I wouldn't know how to answer that accurately because no one's ever done it.
Okay, can you set your theodolite within 3 millimeters?
I wouldn't know. I would say it would be really, really tough.
I will tell you that your method is very hard to distinguish between a curved surface. You would have to show how you've eliminated the curve from a curved surface using your method. I'd like to see that done, demonstrated, how it eliminates the possibility that the Earth is curving.
I'm not eliminating anything. I'm establishing a straight line.
You were talking about the wrong.
Forgive me, I was almost done. I interrupted you, but I stopped because I thought you were done. But I'm not eliminating anything. I don't care what you're doing. You establish a straight line segment over a curved surface and measure to it is fine. That's what surveyors do. That's what I do on a daily basis. I don't know what you're trying to do is something I've never even heard of. And if you're going to change the angle and try, you would have to adjust the legs of your transit.
Mm-hmm.
Like 3 different points of your leg, 3 legs usually. You would have to adjust them I can't even imagine how you would have to adjust those to get your horizontal to reestablish to your already established horizontal line. It's ridiculous, and that's why people don't do it.
Well, there's 2 reasons they don't do it. Okay.
I was just going to say, that's why I pointed out the practicality of it. Like, it's just totally impractical to be doing that. And near on impossible to get consistency throughout that whole horizontal line that you're trying to establish. That's why they don't do these things ever. They don't.
So you're saying I cannot
have
establish the height of establish the height of a transit to millimeter precision.
I'm saying it's very, very
You're
impractical.
talking about the wrong equipment for the job that you're. The problem is you're looking at the wrong equipment for the thing that you're trying to measure, right? Like what you just stated then, Zanik. What was it you just said about something to do with transit, or what did you just say? Repeat it.
I said a transit.
Right, like what you're trying to do, I believe the method in which you're looking at. It feels like you're going. This is the only way that you could have fucking established the things that you would need to know in order to be able to do those things accurately. Like I feel like you're just ruling out all other things. Like, well, I can't do this then because of that. Well, no, this thing just doesn't have the tolerance that's needed for what you're trying to use it for.
It's almost like you've never
has the
set up
tolerance.
one yourself.
Damn it, Rakia. Damn it.
You were fixing to say that? Sorry, Travis. Maybe go rent one and set one up yourself and create 2 marks on a wall.
I have one. It's just I have one. It's just
okay.
It's not precise.
It doesn't sound like it though. Like
But
it
then
sounds
go-
like
go
you're
move
ill-equipped
it.
to understand the. It seems like you're ill-equipped to understand what this thing is actually created to do.
I'm
Like,
not.
and I
I
feel
am
like-
using it for. I'm using something that it's not normally used for because people establish levels. They don't
Yeah, I
establish
understand that,
horizontal.
but you're
they establish a
you're
horizontal
expecting
and
it.
they don't continue it.
But you're
This is
expecting
what
it
they
to be able to do the shit that it's just not used for. I feel like. Oh, it's someone else's then.
What tool
What
is it?
tool?
You're not.
What
There's no
tool do you
tool
have
made
that
to do this
establishes
directly.
level? What tool that's on a transit that you use to
Right.
establish level? Tell me that.
I don't know. Like
The
I've not
basic,
heard of this
the
bullshit.
operation
Moya.
of a transit, the operation of a transit, as you've described many times, describes something that would be indistinguishable from a segmented curve.
That's not what I have. That's
My
not what I
method
have.
He didn't ask
distinguishes
you that,
between
Moya.
those
I
two
didn't
things.
ask you that.
He
You
didn't
What
just
ask
tool
want
you
to
that.
push your own
level?
talking point. Stop pushing your talking point and literally and
It was
and
a
deal
very
with the
easy
thing that was
question. Let me
asked.
repeat it, Moyak. It's very easy. What
Yeah,
tool
repeat
do
it.
you have that you said you had that you said doesn't create a horizontal, it creates a level?
Oh, no, it creates a horizontal. Every horizontal is different, or at least that's the contention. We need a method that will eliminate that bone of
You
contention.
said an established level.
It
Maybe you misspoke.
establishes,
I'm fine with
okay,
moving on.
it establishes, you establish level when you set the thing up, which is also coincidentally horizontal.
Okay, all
At
right,
that
I'm fine with
location.
that. Horizontal is level, yeah.
Yes,
And
horizontal is
on
level.
your model at a single point only. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Now-
prime relative perpendicular.
Now, asking you as a user of an auto level or not an auto level, a transit
Like
slash
you're a drug
total
user.
station. Shut up. A total station slash transit. Can you establish the height of a transit to a precision of around 3 millimeters?
I'll answer that again. I have no idea. I wouldn't. I would think it would be very difficult because when you move it and you set it up to plumb again, which in this case you level it. I'll use that word since we both agreed that that's horizontal. You would have to adjust each leg so perfectly to line up with your already established horizontal and to keep your horizontal at that next point. It would be
Try and
so
do it again
difficult.
after that point. Try and do
Yeah,
it again after that point. It gets
Oh,
harder and harder.
It would be
It's
like
easier and easier,
exponentially
actually.
harder.
Holy smokes.
It actually gets easier and easier because the measurements get greater and greater with each station.
I think
No, the
Travis
measure-
wants to jump in. I think Travis wants to jump in.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
going to say,
I-
no,
it
it gets
doesn't matter.
harder.
It
each
doesn't
Hold on,
time.
Steve.
matter.
Come on, man.
Come on.
So I realize that my connection's not always that great, but I've been like saying I have a question for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're in.
So okay, so Moyak.
Yeah.
So you have this tool, is that correct?
I have a shitty one.
Okay, so that's a yes. So my question is then, when you ask us, is it possible to measure precisely within 3 millimeters? Right, that's your question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you done this?
No, I have not tried it.
Okay, so then why don't you do something practical and then come back and show us what you've done?
Well, because I'm talking to a professional who uses these things, and I'm asking him questions about whether
Yeah,
he
but
thinks.
he's told right.
I don't
he's
think that I
told
gave you a chance to speak, sir. You may shut up and wait for me to finish.
Wow, this is his exit plan. The professional that you asked told you it's ridiculous, but yet you
Right.
keep on.
Right, exactly. Right. It's like someone tells you it can't be done, and you're like, yeah, but there's a chance, right? Like you just keep you just want to keep pushing your agenda, man.
Man, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And what I'm pushing is my agenda, which is a very rational agenda. Now, there
So
may be some
go the fuck away. So
I
go the
think you
fuck
can shut up
away
again.
and
No,
do
no,
it.
you can shut up again. I had the mic again. Now you can.
Shut up.
I get muted. I ain't doing that
It ain't,
stuff.
it ain't gonna work.
Everybody shut up.
Right. Seriously.
The problem is you're talking about a process in which the tool is not really intended for whatsoever. People don't use it in that way. It's never been used that way. The adjustment of the legs actually would get more difficult as you go from one point to the next to establish a horizontal again, back to your original horizontal. The second time you do that will be difficult. Then the third time I feel like will be incredibly difficult, maybe impossible.
Okay,
So
let's go
whatever.
through that a little.
Whatever.
Let's go through that a little. Good.
You can go through whatever you like. I'm just saying that's my opinion.
I think you should
Okay,
start to
well,
try it.
Your opinion,
Moya.
your opinion is cool, but now as I get to station 2, the error margin that I have to get it within is within 7 millimeters.
Stop telling us
At
and show
station
us.
3, we're talking about a process and
But
how
you're on
we can
about a
use
line
it.
of touch.
Right now, we
You're
are talking about setting up a process. You've never tried measuring a thing in your life,
Okay,
so maybe you
well,
shouldn't be interrupting.
me and you don't need that level of problem. I've got no issue with you, Moya. We've never even spoken, bro.
This is
No, I'm
why
talking
these.
I don't know
process.
why we're having so much trouble.
This is why these tools are designed the way they are, so you don't have to go through this impracticality to be able
Not
to
to
use it.
reinvent the wheel.
I just want to. Can I
They're
just
designed in a
go?
very they're designed in a very particular way, right, to make them as easy as possible to create a horizontal plane. Now, doing your method, Moyoc, is totally impractical. That's why you don't use these tools this way. Right? There's never been a surveyor in history that has ever used these tools to create a horizontal line on any of the major jobs around the world. Never, ever, ever been done.
Is it possible no one has ever been as smart as Moyoc?
Well, I just want to go through something with Moya very quickly. You establish a horizontal line, 90 degrees to. Okay. What do you want someone
No,
to
yeah,
preface?
I just wanted to say, as far as that goes, nobody has used it because it's not something that's used in surveying. They do not create horizontals that extend. They create level lines that extend,
That's not true
horizontals.
at all. That's
Did we
not
read
true
that?
at all.
The
At all.
Dunning-Kruger, the Dunning-Kruger
What the-
definition we reviewed earlier is interesting to think about at this point.
Oh yes, it's come full circle. Wonderful.
Anyone who just
Yo, if you're
heard
trying to
someone
make
say that surveyors don't use straight
I
line
know.
segments extended into the distance, don't believe
and
that. Go talk to a
That's obviously not
excuse me,
true.
sir. Excuse me. Go talk to a professional surveyor and ask them if Moyoc is right, where they don't extend horizontals, or if they do extend horizontals. So make those components.
You make a
Do you want to know
If
why
you ma- if you're
Moyoc
making
thinks
a
you can't
horizontal
extend a
plane,
horizontal? He thinks there's a differentiation between one horizontal to the next, right? He believes there's a degree of change in the angle due to it being perpendicular to plumb, which is relative to the center of mass of the thing that we're stood on. So if you establish one horizontal, then move 25 meters away from it, the tolerances are different based on the distance. He believes that. So this is why he's saying there's a problem with that, establishing a horizontal into the distance.
The
I'm
funny
not-
thing about that also,
Hey, you know, wait there. You know,
Hold on, Jeremy was trying to get in.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Jeremy, it's easier for me to just get it out if people aren't telling me to speak while I'm speaking.
Correct.
Barely talking.
You're gonna have to with the Seattleite or your tool, right?
Hold on. Go,
What
Jeremy.
was the question, Jeremy? Oh, sorry. I thought that was Jeremy.
Hello. We're on sloping ground. The ground sloping. We're trying to make it horizontal. You have to level. You have to raise or lower your tool, right?
No, you adjust your legs at that point before you put your theodolite on your transit. Like your stand, which I call a transit, it might be, you know what I'm saying, people use it in different ways. But your 3 legs are adjusted and leveled with a bubble level before you even put your theodolite on top of it. So it doesn't matter if you're in a hole, if the ground's uneven, you level it at that point, put your theodolite or auto level on top of it, and then if you have an auto level, you turn it on and it creates a plumb line right there. But you try and level out your stand as much as possible so it doesn't have to adjust as much. If you have a self-adjusting, you have to turn the screws on on itself. It has 3 different points where you can adjust it to get it as accurate to plumb as you can. I mean, I don't know.
-4.
Some of these things you just have to go out and do it, man, and stop talking about it before you actually do that, because
Okay,
a lot of
the
this
thing I'm
contradicts.
having trouble understanding is that, like, if I understand that, setting up the legs, that's kind of a very, what do you call it, an analog process, where you're extending the legs out, you're trying to level that thing off. There's really no fine adjustments on those either. It's you have to just loosen a screw and let the leg drop down further. No screw adjustments on it or whatever. But I cannot see any reason why I could not take a flag that I have standing at station 2 with a little line on it marked on there where my crosshairs intersected with that flag, and then set up my second station right next to it with the little crosshairs that are on the total station, and get it to the same height.
You could get it to the same height at that point, but not for the whole entire straight line, horizontal line that you created in the beginning. That's what I'm telling you. You're not extending a straight line segment, a horizontal plane, by doing what you're talking about doing.
If I'm at the same height and I look back to position A, I have established a straight line back to A, correct? To station 1.
I'll be honest, the way you're explaining, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Then why
I
are
really
you,
think
why are you arguing?
you would have to adjust. You would have to adjust your legs, just like you agreed would be very difficult by unscrewing a leg and barely moving it. You would have to do that to do what you're talking about.
Okay, so maybe what I'll do in a practical sense is I'll put screws on the bottom instead of just the slip legs, and I'll be able to adjust it with millimeter precision up and down until I hit that intersection.
All right. Good luck.
Okay, so then you move
Okay, so-
200 yards. Then you move 200 yards down the road, and you're out by a foot. So now your tripod is already extended. Like your legs are already fully extended. You've got no more length in your legs anymore. So what do you do now? What do you get? A few bricks to put under them. Your idea, you get a shovel and build some mounds of dirt to put under them, right?
No, but
Like
the whole
it's just-
point.
Would that not
The
be?
whole-
Go ahead.
The whole point of why they don't already have rubber screws on the bottom where you can adjust it is because that's not what it's set up to do.
No, I know, Racket. Yeah, I know.
No, I was telling Moyak
The problem is
that,
they
not
don't
you.
they don't measure this. I'm trying to measure something. So the question is my measurement a viable method of measurement? Will it give accurate results? All things considered, whether I got to build a concrete pad at each location, whatever you want to argue, that's minutia. That's stuff that can be done. I could build a little wooden platform at the location and make sure it's really braced good so it doesn't wibble and wobble around. I could do
Dude, you
this.
could have
we're
drones.
only talking about over the course of my range. We're only talking about like 43 millimeters.
You can have drones hovering above it, holding it at a perfect horizontal. I don't care what you do, but you're reestablishing something that's already been thought of and done. They don't need drones or little screws on the bottom of the pegs or concrete pads. All you need is a tool to establish a horizontal plane. They have those.
Right.
They're accurate. They're made by very smart people. They have very specific methods that you follow to ensure that you're being accurate.
All right. Now, if the Earth is curved, which is the argument here, if the Earth is curved and you have a different vector of down for each location, how do you ensure that that is not a curved arc segment that you are on, or on a straight continuous plane that we've established from the first position?
You extend your horizontal plane from the first position
Oh my
in the
God.
way that surveyors extend horizontal planes.
And if
That's
the surface
exactly how you
and
do
if
it.
the surface underneath the plane is curving in any direction, up or down, then you can measure down from the horizontal plane and figure out if that water is curving or not. You don't need to reinvent how to establish a horizontal plane. I don't know how many times
When you ask
deem
a
an expert has
surveyor,
to tell you.
when you ask a surveyor, is the Earth curved? And then you ask them, have you extended a horizontal plane this whole way? They're going to say no. Oh, I'm doing a curved arc segment.
No, okay, prove that to me. Let's dial one up right now and ask them if they've ever measured curved water.
Larry, you here? Anybody
Oh,
here?
Larry, please. I said
Good
dial a
fucking Christ.
surveyor up. Are
Yo,
you freaking
Moyak,
kidding me?
lay off, dude. God darn. What,
lay off? What do you mean lay off?
You're forced. First of all, like, you don't have much experience with this tool. Second of all, you should respect the people that do have like experience with it, and you will if you fucking get out there and go do some shit. You'll be like, oh, you know what? I was kind of like a little fucking pressing you for information that is actually now it's explanatory by the actually doing it. But like you this is going to continue on for a while.
Well,
where you're just going
if
to
you
keep
want to go
doing
down,
this.
if you want to go down that route, I could
I
say
do-
that
I do think it's important.
I have talked to the. Okay.
How long
gotta
have you had
babble
the
on.
theodolite for, sir?
That's irrelevant. I've had it for years.
And how
but,
long have you talked about it, sir?
I've had it for years.
Would you want to
Like I said,
use it
irrelevant.
once?
I've only actually
you
used it a
said
couple.
you said you haven't used it to survey anything. So I'm just saying that maybe in the process
Now,
of this, certain other
I
things would
have
occur to you.
spoken with professional geodetic surveyors
You
who
are-
disagree with the little foundation man we're talking.
Name one. Name one.
Hey, enough of
Please,
that.
Larry.
Stop.
Yeah,
Stop
Larry.
that.
That's the YouTube.
There's no need to belittle his foundations.
Just call somebody. Call one. Don't listen to the YouTube characters, please. I beg of everyone. Just call your local surveyor and ask them if they can create a straight line segment over water for a mile. Don't ask them if the earth is curved, because they're probably all going to say yes, because we were all indoctrinated. Ask them
ask them
if
that
they've
question also.
measured the curved water.
Ask them that question also. Ask them whether, after they say that they created a straight line segment, ask them whether, when they said they created a single horizontal and continued it out, extended horizontal, ask them about the curved earth, and then see what they say about what they actually meant.
And then ask them how that horizontal relates to their claimed curve, or your claimed curved surface.
Yep, I'm a big fan of that. Ask them the question about the curve, and have them that way. They have to redefine their terms, either in agreement and say, no, I created a horizontal and I extended that horizontal to infinity, or that they made a curved arc segment.
So now you're saying that horizontal can be extended to infinity.
From one point, yes. Do you not
Okay,
listen?
well, what happened to it deviating from the plane then?
It doesn't deviate from the plane. There is no plane.
Well, you
Oh
just
my
said
God.
you said earlier that straight line, if extended, will deviate from the plane, even though it remains in the plane. I really don't understand how you got there, but that is what you
I
said.
don't recall saying those words.
Fucking hell, you really ought to keep a check on yourself then.
Okay, so Rakia's thought is that he can't, no matter with all the skills of humanity, he can't, with reasonable skills, he can't get a theodolite to be 3 millimeters higher at the end location, to set a theodolite within a reasonable precision. Because that's all we need.
Very sad.
But if you watch main surveyor's example on the YouTube to talk about reciprocal zenith angles,
it seems so obvious to me that he's actually doing what Jeremy's asking them to do.
Bear in
these
mind that he's
segments, and
not a
saying
surveyor and he can't set his tools up properly. Please bear that in
You
mind
found
when you're
that
watching
necessary
his
to interrupt
videos.
me. Why?
Why? Because you're citing somebody who's not a surveyor and cannot set their tools up properly.
He's a licensed surveyor, yes.
Yeah, of course he is, Zanuck.
Of course he isn't, Zanuck. He says so. He isn't.
A licensed
Because you
surveyor
don't
would
understand
be
the difference
able to
between
set
level.
their tools
You're
up
like,
properly.
okay, so I was talking.
Only one
and
person
you
can be
rudely
instructed
interrupted
in
me.
this room.
Let me finish my sentence, and then you can speak. That's how it works here, okay? We're all
I like
trying to be better. You're not
Tell
making
me
an
the
effort
rules, man.
whatsoever, and you're still talking over me as I'm talking.
I can't really hear you well enough. There's just maybe something with your volume.
Lucky you.
Maybe because he's talking over me.
Oh, Zanuck.
That's the
I'm
problem.
not trying to. I'm
No,
just
not
trying to
you.
answer you, Zanuck.
Well, you are now, but he was.
I'm getting tired of this.
It's very exhausting.
I
But
really don't want.
I wish we
DP
could
is
just end
now.
this.
Here comes Dan's
I really don't want to micromanage. Seriously.
I was
But
talking. Everyone's talking over me.
You're forcing my hand. Okay, Zanuck, complete your point uninterrupted. Then DP, you can have your point uninterrupted. Who is after DP? Put up your hand now, so I know.
I actually was speaking. He interrupted me. Ben.
I said you will be going first, Zanuck, and then DP will follow you.
Okay, sorry.
Right, does anyone want to go after DP?
Hello.
Okay, Zanuck, go.
Okay, so they have multiple stations where they're looking at each other and measuring the reciprocal zenith angles, stacking them up over periods. I don't know how the distances are. I think they're thousands of feet or whatever. But that is doing exactly what Jeremy wants to do, and it's been done. And we see the reciprocal zenith angles dictating that we are not seeing parallel plumb lines. And if we don't have parallel plumb lines, the surface has to be curved beneath it. We can do it a different way. We can actually shoot these theodolites over water like we've done and see if the level line, which is a horizontal line out into the distance, perfect horizontal plane, if it hits the theodolite of the exact same height at a lower point, that effectively gives us the same answer. So all these things have been done, yet nobody has ever done a measurement and showed anything different than what we have seen here. And it doesn't matter whether you like his license or don't like the state he's from, like issued the license. He is a surveyor. He's provided the data. And even if he wasn't a surveyor, he's showing the data from a known tool that is pretty easy to operate if you just follow some basic guidelines. So there you go.
DP.
You finished, Zanuck?
Yes, my silence is an indication I'm finished.
All right, okay. You didn't address my point at all that he cannot set his tools up properly. So,
Please
nothing more to
substantiate
say,
your
Your
claim.
Honour.
Why do you say that? If you're gonna make a claim, you got to back it up.
Because he put a video out where he's got two tools set up at the same height, looking out over the sea, and the horizontals through the reticules are at different elevations.
And why was that?
The tools are at the same height, Zanuck. The eyepieces are at the same height, and yet he's got two different horizontals when looking through the reticules. Work it out for yourself.
Right. He was demonstrating the difference between two devices that it had. So he was showing you that he had two devices that had different answers.
If I ring up a surveyor, tomorrow, because it's tonight here or early morning here, so today, if I ring up a surveyor later on today, all right, and I said, look, I've been out of my local hire shop and I've hired myself an order level and I want to create a horizontal line, straight horizontal line from A point. All right, can you please walk me through the method? Now, whatever method that this independent professional will walk me through, which I will record, will you guys accept it?
No.
Of course you wouldn't, because you just want to go round and round and round and round and round and round and round in circles for the rest of your life, obviously.
No, because I want you to get clarification, because there is soft talk where people use words a little bit loosely, and we are talking about a very fine point here. So you have to clarify your question to him.
Really? I want him to create I want to create a horizontal straight line from a singular point. What is ambiguous about that question, Moyoc?
That question, I don't think I have a problem with.
Thank
The way you said it before, I had a problem.
No, that's exactly what I was going to ask him. That's what I said. A horizontal line from a point. Straight horizontal line from a point, which is what I said. So whatever the answer is, no one will dispute it.
I'm thinking.
You're thinking.
No, I'm thinking about what he's going to
Give
say.
enough time.
'Cause, I mean, basically,
Give
there
more
is, you know, in
nonsense.
surveying, most surveying is done with level. That is all they give a fuck about. Nobody gives a fuck about this measurement, and so it's a very rare measurement that anybody ever actually would have to make. There's like there's like 5 on Earth that use this type of a measurement where this is critical.
So you basically said I'd be wasting my time. I'd be wasting my time to do this, get the answer, but it'd still be disputed whatever the answer would be.
Well, no, I would get clarification from him. Say, hey, you know, I really specified that we are talking about a straight line as it appears on a curved Earth. I would say that.
On a curved Earth.
Yes. Yes. No, they all believe this. This is not really funny. They all believe it's curved also. So the question has to be clarified that you know you're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Do you think nobody believes your shit? Nobody believes the Earth is flat. This is a very rare thing.
Go the fuck
This
away,
is not
then.
an argument. This is not an
Go the
argument
fuck
that people.
away.
This is not an argument people are having in the real world. This is only something that's happening in our little weird section of the world.
And yet here you are. Here
Yep.
you are.
Yep.
Go away, Moyoc.
No, you go. You don't chase people away, or you'll get timed out, bitch.
Seriously, that's unacceptable.
Actually,
It's a sad
it is
day for the
acceptable.
globe,
He's
man.
not gonna. It's all of it's acceptable.
You know,
All right, I'm
we went over the
These
we went over the
reaches are
surveyor.
so big.
Hey, moving on.
Oh, hey,
We went over
hey,
the
can I,
surveyor.
hey,
Come on.
hey, I just think
We were
it's
going
a,
over-
it's a sad day for the globe because these reaches are just so long. Just
Okay.
stretch.
We were going over the main surveyor setup equipment on those 2 different devices, a total station and a theodolite. I remember we were analyzing the picture and what was the conclusion of why there was a deviation? I don't think it was a setup thing. Was it? And why would
Yeah,
the manufacturer level be off for another at that far of an angle of change? What was the
He
conclusion?
actually-
Because I forgot. I wasn't making discussion, but I mean we have so many discussions. I totally forgot what we talked about.
If you talk faster, we'll understand you better.
What was the answer that we all came to, or conclusion?
That he
Yeah,
can't
you remember?
fucking set his tools up, and he's not a surveyor. That was the conclusion that was reached.
Yeah, that's what you concluded. That isn't the conclusion. That's your
Yeah,
conclusion.
it is the
Which is-
conclusion.
Since you don't know what level is or what a horizontal
You
is,
asked what the
hard to
conclusion
believe you.
was. You asked what the conclusion was. You were told, and then you said that's not the conclusion.
Because that wasn't his. It was his conclusion. He said he wasn't a surveyor, and he was.
So
now
where
you're
do we
falling
get
for his-
where do we get the conclusion then, Zanuck? Where are we supposed to go?
No, we made. Are you serious? We made it. We actually discussed it for about an hour, and we came to a
So
conclusion
then-
of why there was.
Okay, great.
We analyzed it.
Great.
Hold on. We analyzed the difference in zoom. We analyzed the difference in position of the level line with respect to the objects across the bay or whatever it was. What was the conclusion that we made then? All of us, not is there?
Okay, look, you were just given one answer. You said no. That's
that
not
was
the
his
answer.
opinion. Travis,
Right.
don't be an idiot.
Okay,
No, that's
what's
not a
your
conclusion.
answer?
Phrasing is
I want our conclusion.
Hey,
what we all
fuck
talked
me,
about.
Zanuck.
Travis, let
Fuck me,
Travis
man.
finish his point.
Yeah, he's
No,
swearing and being a
Zanuck,
freaking
man.
tool. Stop it.
You know
Zanuck.
what, man?
Come on, go, Travis. Just go. Make your point. He's muted.
He's
Make your point.
right. He said we. That means he's part of the party to whom he's speaking. So he's already kicked out DP's answer. So I'm going to ask one of the other members of we that I know, Zanuck, what's your answer?
I don't have an answer. That's why I was asking the question. And he said we isn't just because he's trying to throw a dig to surveyor. And his we
that he said was, we concluded that he's not a surveyor. Obviously, it's his own opinion, and it wasn't.
Okay, okay. So let's have a
Why are
conversation.
you being a dick?
So you don't.
I'm asking the group. What did we talk? Who was in that
I'm not-
conversation, and what did we conclude? Anybody? Was anybody
Man,
there besides
we got to
you?
have. Benny,
No,
can you just mute him right now
So
because
nobody
he's
else was
triggered
there.
already.
I retract the question.
He's triggered
Don't pay
already.
him.
He's mute. He put himself on mute. So go.
Man, fuck me.
No, thanks.
Yeah, I'm good.
Kosha?
So nobody here was there in that conversation. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask.
But actually, Travis asked you what the conclusion was, bearing in mind that you were in the conversation. You've kicked out my conclusion, and your answer
Because
to
you
Travis.
lied. You said we concluded
Your
the other
answer
wasn't
to
surveyor.
Travis.
That wasn't the conclusion.
Your
The L
answer to
word.
Travis when he asked you what the conclusion was I don't know.
I think he
Correct.
has
But I know it
asked him
wasn't.
what
He's not a surveyor because I know you are lying and you said we concluded he wasn't a surveyor. That was your answer, disguised as a we answer. Admit it.
I never said we.
Yes,
Never
that's what
once.
Travis said. He
Never
quoted you.
once
He said
did
we.
I
He
say
said specifically we. He said DCP whatever said we concluded he wasn't a surveyor. He said that.
I never said we. What Travis said,
He quoted
Travis
you as
said.
saying such. Give it a rest.
What Travis
Since
said,
nobody's
Travis
here that was
said.
there, I
I
withdraw my.
never
I
said
withdraw my
we.
question.
Exactly.
get a
Yeah, Zanuck accuses the other person of lying because he's close to
Alright.
lying himself.
Giving you a warning now. I've got 10 minutes here. Anyone that interrupts anyone else, you're going to get muted. Then I'm actually going fishing, so you're going to have to be asked to be unmuted by someone else. So I'm giving you fair warning. I've got 10 more minutes here. All right. Speak, leave a space, and then someone else can respond. All right. If you both speak at the same time, right, back off, both of you, right, and work out who's going to be speaking next. But I'm not going to put up the next 10 minutes. Right? You forced my hand. I'm going to micromanage, and if you are muted, you won't be taken off mute. Not on my shift. Right? I've got 10 more minutes left. So who is up next?
Enjoy your fishing, Bandy.
Zanuck was
In
up
10
next.
minutes. All right,
Zanuck needs
Zanuck,
to
away
go.
you go.
Go ahead, Zanuck.
About what? What's the question again?
Just say anything, dude, because anytime anybody starts to talk, you start to talk. So just
No,
go.
I put myself on mute and wait till there's a space. I jump in, I get talked over. And then I'm the one that's muted for saying stop talking over me. So I'm letting you speak. And I try to find spaces to jump in. They're not very many, but I try to do my best. Anyway, let's just drop that about main surveyor. I have a question about why those two level lines would be different angularly in a position of in the field of view. That's my concern. I don't know what the reason is. It's not because main surveyor is not a surveyor. It's because there's something else that caused that. Because those devices can't be that far off of level. Because level is a perpendicularity to plumb, and it's an infinite plane in the distance that is horizontal at that point.
Well, I'll put my 2 cents in. When I first saw the video, he said he set the two, I think they were whatever they were, at the same height, right, in the parking lot. But if they're going to be at that drastic of a difference, then obviously they either weren't at the same height or he set them up improperly. That's the only two things I can conclude.
Zanuck, are you talking about the video that you posted?
Me or Rekia?
Yeah, are you talking about the video that you posted earlier? Is this the same amount of data that you're questioning?
That was a very accurate and applicable to our discussion video of how you measure and what the effect of reciprocal zenith angles is.
Okay,
That's
okay,
not
but so your question is about another setup and that there was deviation, right? So my question to you is, were they set up at the same elevation?
They were next to each other.
They were in a parking lot, Travis, next to each other. The main surveyor said he shot out towards this lighthouse, with two different theodolites, and the light tower was below both of them. But the horizontals, although he said the equipment was set up at the same elevation were at two different elevations in the distance. So either they weren't at the same elevation, or he set his equipment up wrong. We've looked at it many times. We've concluded that he set up his equipment wrong because he even had one of the theodolites upside down where he had to reverse the image. It's tough to say that he is or isn't a surveyor, but if he is a surveyor, I wouldn't hire him.
And
So Zanuck,
he did measure from the floor to the reticules, and I've just found a meme that I did at the time which shows the view through both of the reticules. So you can make up your own mind whether these reticules are set up at the same elevation or whether he's just an incompetent man.
what was the nature of the ground? Was it gravel? Was it grass? Was it
Concrete.
pavement?
Concrete. It was a parking lot.
So we can assume that it's relatively level.
Well, they can be sloped. That's what I'm saying. He didn't. I didn't see anywhere where he measured the actual two spots that he set up in to show that they were at the same elevation. He just measured from the concrete to the reticule, which wouldn't, like, if the elevation of the concrete is 2 foot off, then the reticules are going to be both 6 foot above the concrete, but they're going to be 2 foot different.
Like this way that Moyoc is proposing to create an extended horizontal plane, right? Which to me, his method seems very impractical. And the only practical way of actually doing it, in my opinion, would be to have your tripod set up on some sort of scissor lift. You move from point A to point B and you raise it, and then you can do your micro adjustments. Like these things just aren't practical in any way, shape or form. That's why the tools perform the way that they do. That's why they've been designed the way they do.
That's why I said get drones, because that would be easier. I mean, that's really. Yeah. If I saw one of my surveyors move the theodolite and start adjusting the legs instead of, you know what I'm saying, like to get the same horizontal, I would really question why I hired that person. I don't know. I mean, that's beyond that discussion is beyond me. I think it's just.
And then Moyoc was talking about engineering pads to sit the theodolite on when you're adjusting it up and down to the horizontal. Well, those pads are going to be at that horizontal anyway. It's just ridiculous.
The problem I have is that when you set up, and this would be not for round earth or whatever, you're just using this device on a job site. If you can have two devices that can be that far off, and we can actually see the difference between the comparisons of the same horizontal or the same object in the distance, and see the line be double the distance of that object, that would make me concerned. Like, is it because these are, I know they're different types of measuring pieces of equipment. They shouldn't be that far off though between measuring, even over this distance, because this is not a distance thing. This is a angle thing. And that angle of level is off by, I can't tell, a degree or two. It's not really, it's not even that much. This is probably a 20-mile observation. It's off by a fraction of a degree, but still it's substantial. So I would like to talk to him and say, what is his accounting for why this is different? Did it say it in the video? Did anybody remember what he said?
No one takes angle measurements to show how different two theodolites are all from each other. If you shoot to the same point, and one is at 12 and one is at 12.3, that means the actual unit is 3 inches lower or higher, whatever way you measured, than the other. That's all that means, because they're both creating horizontal line of sight to that point. Oh my God.
That's in that case, they were both set up the same height, because you can actually change the height of these theodolites.
Oh.
That we do know.
I'm talking.
This is setting up a level orientation, regardless of, it's not really that regardless, but it's not that much of a factor of how high it is. It wouldn't matter if you're a foot high, because the level line, anything level will stay in the center field of view. In this case, we see a discrepancy between the level line over one lighthouse versus the level line versus the other house. It doesn't matter how it's set up.
I don't even know. I think it's funny that I think I'm talking to people who are just like I'm on a game show.
If I have a level line,
If you would
that would be level.
Understand, Panic, as you just complained about being cut off. So if you take a unit and you shoot out line of sight, horizontal, on a job site or anywhere, and make a mark, and you have a secondary unit set up, and you shoot towards that same mark and make another mark, which is higher or lower, and you fully, like you're using the same exact legs, and you fully extend it, and you've got it set up the same exact way. The legs are angled at the same way where the height of the unit is the exact same off of the ground that you're at. And you get a different measurement, like one mark is higher or lower than the other. It just means the ground where you set up is higher or lower. Oh my God, bro! Like this is we're not even talking about the same thing. Or something.
Understanding the question or the
it's okay because he just said the level line. That it's the level line that is being projected through the reticule of the auto level or the theodolite.
Yes.
We all know that that level line is the horizontal, and it is the horizontal that is established through the reticule. So, well done, Zanuck.
Yeah, I agree with him there.
Right. So he just said, well done, Zanuck. Let me thank him. Yes, thank you for that compliment. And yes, it's exactly what it is. It is the level line. It is a horizontal line with no bending, no curving out in the distance.
The horizontal level line. Yeah, absolutely.
The level line. Now, if that other object was the exact same elevation above the surface as you were, then you would be smack dab in the middle of it. If you're on water, if the ground was flat and the river was flat, which you're saying that it is. But we don't see that. In this case, even though these things are off, the object is still below level, meaning the Earth has to be curved for that to happen.
But you just said
that is so wrong in what he just said.
And he's also contradicted himself in that he was saying that the level line is the horizontal as projected through the reticule.
For the audience, when you set up a tool that creates a horizontal and you use it within its limits, you can go out in any direction and make a mark within the limits of the tool, and those marks will be at the same elevation. They will create a horizontal plane. Do not listen to anybody else that tells you anything differently about objects in the distance and using theodolites over their recommended distance and calculating refraction, because that is not how elevation is established. That is not how a horizontal plane is established. Now, if you want to take angle measurements to the top of a mountain and calculate refraction and say that mountain is 12,630 feet, and you're not measuring millimeter accuracy, have fun. But when you're creating a horizontal plane and you need that horizontal plane to be accurate, you're not doing anything this man is saying, or Moyak is saying, or any of these other YouTube characters are telling you. Thank you, audience.
Silence.
I love that silence. It's golden.
You must have said some good shit if nobody's jumping down your throat.
How can you refute that? Because people can go out, rent their own equipment, do exactly what I just said within the limits of the tool. I would suggest then, if you create that horizontal plane with wood, put some plastic in it. Fill it with water. And find your human or tool error with the water, because the most accurate tool to use is water. Thank you very much. You've been a very, very kind audience. I'll be here all week, and please tip your waitresses.